Yeah.
Hello. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Nelson Mandela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shubhamata, and I'll be your host for this day. Nibentuk musalam tamami metiro, biotani uzarada, nimatamang ako Changki, imabur Changki nagari ng Changki ulawat segar. Isma tubukyo Changki nachitri menachitri dan masuk mutakat ide, ayu sejuna misa chang seneo, kan English na sanali, kan Changki na sanali juga, masuk iklan seneo karena tinggalnya mencari dia. Kani ini puyo ano special guest di semua speakers tadi di sarana no. Cuma tu minsan na kali tu nak cakap ada kalau sikit cawan mana orang cuma sikit cakap. Ano tadi cakap yo Dimapur Changki Fellowship, Dimapur Changki Sensutu Kunjam, di Pupar tu nak Changki Sensutu Kunjam. Ningo zara leda, ninga tamam ulawat selama. Tadi ano Changki in-laws, dear friends and families who are in-laws of Changki and that are present here today, we would like to welcome you all to this very auspicious seminar that we have today, and it's our pleasure to have you all in our midst. This event is being live streamed on YouTube. If you have the bookmarks with you, if a bookmark all, the web link is given out here, or you can check it on YouTube under the name Dimapur Changki Youth Forum. So you can let your friends or parents who are at home know that this has been live telecasted on YouTube. So before we go into the program, to mark this special occasion, the President of Dimapur, Changki Ayu, inaugurated the flower bed this morning, which was laid by Dimapur Changki Ayu. Isma tamang program kade anwega sulamsa jauh minat naga ama akan juga minat naga. Sendung naga isma tamang minat logna utang kiri ni suyum Changki dapat akan. Let's all stand on our feet and sing the anthem ni suyum.
Changki Ayu Seminar, Changki Ayu Seminar. Ibu nai anggota chung, mabang chung, Arisha Malia, Unuki Asurak Sunu, Lieutenant Governor Sanger. Sendo chung remember, Ibu nalang sana sa mga mabang manungya loko. Asir, may unuk sana sa nangza, iba anggota chung mo sukuda ang madata, Unuki darang kamabalar, asir, danan tumusang tumusye marangan asir. Yang iba ang tutulo, Changki Ayu wasahan Seminar uba seminar yung subo, lanir ng uba na tanga at pagkatong mangdang tulo at sunod na tumusye marangan asir. Iba Changki nangyari may kamamiyimmer, at kunuki kuna at parang masas sa tangar kini na tangar yimmer lumit na. Sumbermi Changki nangyari ang sakupar da kuli agad sa kunuki ang asir. So kunuki ang asir asir. Ito maaalat sa siya na tanong sa unok tali at sumalodi ang asir ko pa. Dahil mulungan ng kunuki ang sumbermi ay mo sa mga. Tanong yung iba seminar no. Unok kadat sir lang asir unok lang sa sukulan. Kung inakalir iba ngay konong sisa sa kasama. Tamadat pa po ba may kasunod siya? Asur yung magic po ba kami pinagatan na lir? Sira po kanulang chat po ba? Being closer to siya makaidan. Kunuki as nulo sa ligang atensin, asur ang nauksin, asur ang nasat sa po ba na kaya manong kasara sa Amer? Iba po ba seminarya tanang lagi ng akatin masad? Saka sunjang tanglap siya, o matadang nagkulot kadada, kaputulong mo siya, naikiriyang manood na lang na-share. Kama may super, ano ito yung uba? Kung dapat pinaka, ibang seminarya, kini, yung wag sumaminang nadala ng siyo ka, kung mag-aatsak ka na insus sa, nain nakaliyan ang nain, ano yung muwa siyang manood na, nadala sa mananungit area sa lalibak ni 시설화성을 너희들 등으로 가만하시라. 아멘.
The earthen pot was considered as a symbol of diplomatic relations that sealed friendships between neighboring villages. In many other instances, they were also gifted to visiting dignitaries and important leaders. Earthen pots were also a gift of hope in times of disasters, mostly when rampage forest fires razed the villages to the ground. Changki people, as a gesture of goodwill, help and sympathy, donated pots to the other villages. The earthen pots also served as an important economic factor for individual families and was also used by the church and village council to foster friendships and alliances. Today, the earthen pot is a symbol of cultural identity for the people, but more than that, the enduring tradition of pot making that is being continued to this day reflects the soul of humanity, for pottery symbolizes the unison of earth, fire, and water, elements that create and give us life. I would like to call upon Wabong Lingsang Koman, Minjindi, Dimapur Changki Lanurinujum, to felicitate our four special speakers for today and also to address the gathering. I would like to call upon the volunteers. First, we have Dr. Pangarasimla Waling, HOD, Department of Linguistics, NU Maryland. Madam, if you can kindly come and accept the total of the speech. Next, we have Dr. Tiasna, Department of Anthropology, NU Lumang. Publisher and editor, The Morning Express. Now we have Professor J. Longcomer, Department of Agricultural Extension, Sasar, Nagaland University.
Changki sensudolong jombango teman labat sana 2018 kami mo ipa imagor kami ilan nung nung terjadi ke ada sebut sebenarnya 2018 kami mo embracing Changki the series seminar apa 2019 kami enggak Changki both sebelah the series seminar kali bigo Changki Ayu Seminar the series buka ayu lah jalan Isunglah di iba tundiba, tak ada calaga. Pasal isunglah ni yo unik hajatwe tak terbanglar selah, terjadi langgar unik pun saya terbre isung
Dr. Biasana, the Zerila, Dr. Kamunchari, the Sano, Ata, Professor J. Kumar, Mula, Pilimo, Islam, Sang Yu, the Dawd, Undiva, Islam, and Dawd Kundaka, Ivan, Nano Kiba, Islam, and Kundaka. The Lana, Iba, Sunduraga, Sabai, the Zama, Isabel, Musa, Manapone, the Sava, Ayu, and Lava, the Naga, Kani Iba, Changki Ayu Seminar, the Zangla. Isla, Imamango, and Sami Bada, Ima, Bortangila, Jana, Sunduma, and Naraga. If you go, Amitalam, Katu Hadio, bookmark Walangayala, Amanurina Sasbo, Lulang Kuba, YouTube and them, address Lamsakandala. Ivasabo, Changki and Bakan. Alima Baminus Sako, Changki Akan, Muza de Asan de Lamsaka, Mahalada, Iba Akanze de Nana, Inlana, Approaching. Iba Itang Approaching than Mula, what's a Botima, Bortangila, Lulunga, somebody of the room in America. Anamsaba, first prize is 10,000. Yeah, I know. Zananga Mulan and Nalokan, the Lamsa, property, the Lamsa. First prize 10,000 day, the Zede, viewers' choice the Zede, Muzafanga, Pasanga 5,000. Consolation prize, Ami Pangaden, Muzana, the Sambal Setima, Portangila, Muzamiba, Muzaka. There's a you, Srinamna, the Mula, Alima Balala, Srizana Changyo, and the Chindasan, the Benamala, Srizana Sigala, Tamari Talana. What's up to say in the Saba? I will not get that.
Changki Ayu Seminar, Wagong is here, Benjamin, Limapu Changki, Sinsuto, Kalima.
아니, Changki 그리고 12달 그리고 14달 이봐 이수월라 망당고 이수 크리스마스나 그리고 저번에 누구라 저기 이거 아유 생각일로 이거 수사 잡혀야 될 수란다 아니 우리 검사 보기 jadi unik anak macam ni, semua cakap lo, mudah je lah. Saya ni juga. Sampai malam lo, tengok semua. Kami semua lo bermula, ada ni apa? Tengok tak lari, tengok tak tengok. Jadi ini buat kali jaga, buat janggilan ni longcang, buat tadi buat kami hilang, buat telok ke, jadi janggilan ni itu kasih, amang, ini dah siapa terba, hilang, ini orang janggil sesuatu kalau dah, sampai berlama, berhenti, hari ini bu, isam. Changki hendak berjalan dengan sesuatu, sampai lo isman dah cakap, bawa nama tu, ulang dari cakap, NP juga kawasan, unggular, kali jatuh ko, sensu telung jumpa laka, ano janggilan nuri, long jaga, NP, terlalu besar. Akan sekarang berada bukan balala nomor, sentuh balala nomor, Changki ni ada juga, jadi Changki sentuh, Changki belum dia juga, saya lagi ada sebenarnya, beberapa tu, tunglah, setiap tu pun, ayo macam macam kita boleh jangan se, onggay ni, sampai berlalu, jadi, 너 쓰는 거. 달리 오토바 쓰기야. 그래서 스티브가 아우데셔도 또 봐. 여기 무슨가 높이 리바도 거기다 이 바지로 사는 수가 상당 아니야. 아니 그리고 오늘 차라리 마찰이 아까 저기 상과 스로 저기 하는 데 이거 와서 어디 경찰에 군대 장관 공사 물량차가 이것은 잠수가 상당 이게 스티가 자고 상당 글라바 아무 이거 나만 이거 비하노 글라바에서 이마 올리는 장기 선수나 그때 라르르나 스트라나 글라바에서 이가 바꿔 낮추고 누가 사단다고 쓰이바 불정되잖아 이마도 오빠는 쓰이바가 그렇게 다음 특장 나오려고 그러다 에스나다 가서다 에스나 장기우스 여기 에스나 가니 डॉक्टर कमल सल्ला वाले देखिए पद्मश्री अवार्ड की 20 का बाद अभी टीचर साहब बाद साहब नो राइटर होगा काफी सारा अब ना काटन जाते हैं इबार मुझको है ना काटन संभाल दो इबार ओबाज आज संगी संगत 때문에 아고요. 일반수도 하나 장기로 쓰는 게 중요한 게다. 그래서 일반수도 하나 사와서 장기 아유스 상당 간다. 그래서 장기 쓰는 상당 그러니까 당연한 건 나래야 하나씩 바뀌고. 내 잡았습니다. 장기 우스당이고 장기 아인방이고 우당이 우스的奥利给家人们，大一般讲家人们，而且是那个那自我人，我목표 디스트릭 게리디 이렇게 하면 나가는 거잖아. 이바도 지도냐, DP 코스, 닥터 DP 코스, 이바도가 아우리를 이렇게 하셔서. 아우리 맞고 싸는 거다. 이바드 중리 공식적. 그래서 이바드 그래서 장기즈 이바드 이거 내시가 무서워. 이바드 쓰고 장기 무스그다 장기니 이바사를 쓴다. 중리 잡아도 이렇게 쓴다. 공식 잡아도 이렇게 쓴다. 장기 잡아도 장기니 이렇게 쓴다. 무서워. 이바다가 집이 되어서 듣는 파가 이바도 사상입니다. 이제 저와서 이슬람다 이바 무스다 이슬람의 이바다다 이슬람다고 상당 이바다가 되고 전수도다고가 상을 내고 다자리 이슬람 아약스 장기 우스다 이나라들 모아주가 그래서 우스는 거 장기라는 거 이바마스 장기 우스 saya jawab Islam, jangan sangat berjuang anak kata, Islam tak bercakap Islam, jangan sebesar. Tapi ini kita beramal kata, akhir, kami Islam. Ini kita untuk dalam sebagai kesadaran kita ini kita terbelai kita, kita terbelai kita disawar, ini 이마고 보니까 장기란 회로 잡아 상당 그대로 사실 스스로는 이고 리소스부터 누가에게 사람 쓰고는 말이야 그러나 상글라로 대체게 이바 프로모 스티바 스산 라리아나 아망스 kita 상담을 나오게 된 슬라바 이와 상담
Now we shall hear a beautiful song written by Lima Tongsa Punjari from two beautiful girls, Kono Tauchila Longmer and Kono Apiana. tunggu kita samudra mengkupli sungguh nalebat kita tentang pengaruh kita dalam senang bukan yang nama rumah baru isungali meski kita isung ayu anakalo kita nurturing our mother tongue kita unik racet bersama ibadah kita isungali Dr. Kumar Sundawani actually Department of Linguistics in America Paliye kita unik racet ibadah kita mabang and we can come and get them. Our children are so Jimmy, Julia, Jimmy, and they are Julia, Shanna, Jimmy, film. As the young Aruglan, the Aruglan, I think the Bahati, as the young Aruadir Aika, the Julia Shitty, Mamma, and that Danny Filmer, the Jews, Rapalasno, mixed marriages. Our masbati, American, Mashbati, and it's at a number. Anonchi, and me to you, what it means, Saka, I will be good switching to English from time to time. We get you the British Governor. Changki Ayu Seminar, Alahalir, Sir Samuro Azamar, Samuro Azum, Mash, the Kana Naoka, Motubo, as a Shiruki Samuro, Yamubo, Sanam. Yang dari Symbolism. Similarly, Changki modern wish pada bahasa. Mana unique language bahasa. Ajiran masa nukul Ali pada bahasa. Nukul Ali bayar Changki ini tak dia usinger. Tadi satu similarly nukul ini mana? Tadi satu nukul mana? Tadi satu dia tadi satu. Similarly, iba Ali nukul Changki nomor dia rasa. Asal iba dia special kerana alaha. Terjebak dasar orang iba dia gejik yang nor. Asal awal mahu jipu yang nor ali jipu yang nor jijamin nor dia. Utsila ni ke utsila asal pula utsila ni mahu. Lalu kurang asal. And we used to interact with her a lot. We asked her a lot of questions about life before Christianity. Asal life. Kula jadi muslim, kemudian aku Christian, asal ni kemajuan Islam, kemajuan Islam. Asal seleksi lah, jangan nomor dan tetap lagi kemajuan ada asal. Asal tu jiwa ada dan dia senang seleksi lah. Kalau tetap tunggu jiku, kalau ibu nyawa jiku masuk jiku masuk misalkan aku makan jiku beli kasih, anu je awal, ayat dia jangan kita orang je. Ada jadi rasanya asal kita nak isung ayu kasar awak gilir asal English lagi nurturing orang tam dia asal dia amat sebagai mother tongue kasar orang dah asal dia ayat kalau mobile lenser you just Google it and see the definition of what is mother tongue. Tentu kita cumi ba. Nah, itu di pengalaman cumi ba. Asal home language definition, I can't say. Anong jitan ni nukang, nanay clear nukang. What is your mother tongue? Asal kamu begitu saja kita ni memang Will you say it's Changki, or will you say it's Netherlands, or will you say it's something else? I don't know, right? 自己钱嘛，这不是讲解的字，啊，所以这个给当做钱嘛，当今面当做公然过去是嘛，我这个过来那是嘛是吧，我的是没得啊。So when we talk about mother tongue, we're talking about a language that it is used in your house, like the Hamshba. Now, mother tongue definition is not that society, not the context, mother tongue defines the traveler, mixed marriages, our career, standard language, standard our mother tongue, that's the definition of society, the definition of mother tongue alone is not enough. So we have to bring on another concept of native language. Native language is heritage language. Native language just your mother tongue, oh, the mother tongue, the mother tongue, that is what you speak at home. But when we talk about native language, we're talking about the heritage language which you have inherited from your father. That's a father tongue, I should be aware. So native language is a identity, she's samran, ayak chico, even native languages, including Aruba, Anochi, it's no Ayu, native language in Nigeria, as a Kuba, Nukunia Aruba, as in identity, she's samran, even in Nigeria. Even the language, mother tongue there, native language here, first language, second language, third language, I have here. As there, language, Ushikaji, how important is language when we to your identity, right? How language is not the only identity for a person. For a social group, language is not the only identity. Saka Ushiki, Tukipamumuka. And for 1 night, 1 day journey, as another train that is like this one as in the lesson. To prove a lesson, a lesson. To prove a lesson, not to make it a smart lesson. And to prove a lesson, some kind of half a lesson. I said to prove a lesson, as much to a lesson. Then you was in the journey, then you see the train. Now I get there and she like she got the first minute Mia Sumbo, as no Sumba Sumba, Muguli Sumba, the first meter. I did not know that's number which you get limited to now. I'm not teaching you I'm not definitely speak to someone with whom you identify yourself. Because we are I said engineer. Time that you want to open your room. I said like did you say are you going to Delhi? I said, oh yes, I'll talk to you. Yeah, but the next question will be, where are you from, right? That's it. I'm from Meghalaya, Mizoram. I'm from Nagaland. That's what you eat. Push it, Manasa. Moving to Brazil. That's your door. Oh my, Acha, say, I was it. You change the language, right? That's your language. Oh, you come on, I'm not there. I said, they say, like, they are words. Yeah, we push it. Muslim, we do this never by the Hamus like me. That Changki no got to Changki shades to meet today. I'm not as soon as she could get you to me, imagine, as soon identity, important, the found here. Not Shiva. They are important elements of our identity. Asir Nakaji Yunui, Nakaji Nukshiba, Nakaji Nukibaji, culture, Asno Spaliba, Asir Asnu Kushiadi, Panamukunas Baler. You see, what people care so much about our identity? Yeshiva, Asir Yeshiva, dan rasa dan rasa dia berlari rumah ni aku jibat tu ya supaya kat mereka na where my film baji you know who am I identity supaya kita share ada masa if na kenapa kenapa siapa kenapa ya sebelum satu dia kalau kita lihat kenapa identity siapa kenapa satu 아무지 미숙이 아이덴티티 90까지 니시바 니시바 90까지 인간을 아직 90까지 시로를 잡다 앞을 잡다 다시를 잡다 맞아 아무지 미숙이 니시바 다스까지 90 이내로 또 이시가고 이내로 강아마 세미나를 가서 그를 인간하스 아센 세미나를 통하는 특제가 생각하는 바로 and she came and asked me, is there any possibility language ajama nishiba the origin of this possibility here my name is there are some possibility with no shiba my name is Christina. Okay, what is your surname? I said my surname yeah machine I said laki spelling not like that SLAVE. That's it. That's it. It's tomorrow. After a few seconds, it strikes me that it's slave, right? Just not slave. I'm ready to say, but that's why I am here. That's much more. I am here. I'm not going to part of slave as the arrow. Na identity to what to be. Like it's a movement. As a pastor, they do a slave. But it's not slave. That not much as slave. That it's not as na identity. Not slave. Muslim bangun, noje, kita amor, asal like Christmas and Thanksgiving, actually. And no pun di nomor pun kita siapa so Margaret, Richard Johnson, Mission Noje. No di Johnson, actually bagi mana normal American food, actually. Noje, na akmal na identity, na kuishi sama tu, sama mungkin asal lain siapa, kushiner, of course. Di ni sama orang kamu sekolah sama. Language she doesn't work the identity data and protest. What I'm trying to bring here today and why I'm sharing that is there's one question I want to ask you today. What makes you a Changki Lari? What makes you a Changki? Now Changki no word as much. What makes you? And you can have so many answers, right? You can say because I'm here today. I'm a Changki Lari, or Changki Noor. Oh, my great-great-grandfather, they are from Changki, my father is from Changki, they're from Changki. Possible. What is the identity that defines Changki society? It belongs to it's a culture, it's a history, it's a tradition, it's an ancient terminology. Right? It looks Baliba. As a oral tradition, as a folk song, itu kita aja kerja amsya share pushi masih no masih jangan nomor sebab jangan nomor ni sih anu jangan nomor apa like you're talking about your migration, you're talking about your folk song, you're talking about your folklore, your oral traditions. I don't know, misalnya cuma tu aja asal ke meaning dulu Australia sebagai konsep dulu apa aja asal tu Australia sebagai realism master Kemudian language asal culture nanti ini over asal tu nak ini apa cakap asal identity asal di ini the word for bamboo in out, I said here, bamboo, from it out, I'm sure and it took me some years, just recently, out is not a word for bamboo, it's a kind of a bamboo. Bamboo, bamboo, namun jika kamu mau bamboo, career, English bamboo, bamboo, that's a real, it's a term, so for us, bamboo means we have to specify which bamboo we're talking about. Kita skin work the word snow ya ai khalir na asi bas snow ji ke shi anuba snow ji ke kuma ba ai khalir amor snow ji changa ta liya na anu ya asno culture ya ki ko ala u changa ali se asno geography ja ki ko ala word ali se changa ali se aje influence sir anu ya asno ki changa culture ji pra na na you know changa culture asno changa culture mo cha changa ka over yam ai ko ma ko shi changa ka sin sa it preserves that document as such as the bank. So American missionary work, African work, as you want to though your sins be as red as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Let them imagine. Snow. Rich Pama was not said, I share, I put a new rushing letter. Could you imagine there for pushing the rich Pama is no? As a missionary to me, I share for the mother, I'm not a missionary to me, or a culture diagram, or a study diagram again. Now, I don't think you ate any last of the minute, and never, Narukuma was not about culture, Jackie, we need to get what? Sir, I say, go, my Jay. Culture that we includes us. As not all kinship terminology and there. Each kinship terminology from limited. So that to me, as a Muslim, kinship terminology, yes, it gives it to the Ajirabuna. Even that, to me, no, kind of budget, Muslim, so Muslim kinship terminology, here Ajirabuna, actually, very different from English. For example, the one in Sakadir, as a one in Siri, as what Tamu Ajaka, before we could that Raja 10 years as he could that Raja, no day, the person and the Masiva, Nukulama, one in Siri, as he could that Raja. That means, I said, but the person I get that, Masiva, the country, and I said, this, we are just trying to show that, hey, your man, your yes, my clansman in the there. It's a terminology, it's a preserves that, conserves things like it, I don't think about. Asli di kuna iba culture. Nes waliba asli nes mangti le asli di magi sragula. Naichangi kushimashi. Amuji kuna naichangi kushimashi. Naichangi imaru nezil piche basma le kushi le mama nezil. Na, nuset sragula kamshia yupa jagerna. You be forced to come here. And na arumashi jamara arumasu. Normally, mi arubali zamuji go. Jamling nayo. Dio. Right? That concept again, like Changki Benji, Mr. Ngushi Benjina, negative attitude develops. Kushi puts a career. American puts a career as a American immigrants, the Bangshia or as a part of the Bangshia or as immigrants. English India as a part of the pars by the budget, Zerklanch go, par Terhaji, Zerklanch go, discriminate is like a part of the Parkush India. To the Parkush India, one of Terhaji's another as a part of the shipper with a part of identity is another part. As another in context, so Aika in that room as a book, and your Aika, the Marco, as a Marco. It is very good. In fact, that's very good. Asli dia arur, asli dia arur dan karena di sini our community, we might try to bring it in our own for the which means that asli kalau dia asli for the which means that for timba nagami sa engineer, na asli I think for nagami engineer, asli timba pro timba no ada di ushi nagami sa engineer bagi balik muje 아직 준비하는데 그거 되게 후시고 아마도 뭐 네, 아니에요. maybe tama kuma muda maybe is not na kami sig na chimbi di mabumali di na kami chimbi kasi di mabali di ko chimbi ko na di ko ni na ke ti shi na ke something new asri ko ni kushi do na kami chimbi na ano ji jealous asir etan chimbi na awwa ki sa yimru sa ki chimbi na shimru ki yimru sa ki chimbi Simano Ajalia Sakomoje. She look initially to be a or smart Ajalia. As she look in nothing is a Timothy. Because in a whole city to be a lesson. And what you Simano synergy is all to another Miss Mikaza. As if one of Miss Raggy, the city, as not to Fushi, you got at there. Wish is a good severe. As you wish that you couldn't assume that's there. The knowledge, the ability to understand a language, and it credits that part. As there, could not credits the dear to go, it's not oral condition, part of this, that it is the share or body to generation, who is a new also a bit, the more. As there, as no, it's a new part of it, and Cindy's not about to narrow, but pushy to mirror, if I just look as soon about no push asibali kadiri alima push ay kasabu asibushi asibali tuni push jibe kuma par serni suni hamushi tuni kan zakar sera somar attitude aslo push jibe push asida uba mas iba attitude nunun ba very good push ya tuni jibe par causes of how a language line ay career asibushi da push ba severe become danger. After economics, we lose our tradition, we lose our cultural identity, we lose our history, as an oral tradition, but particularly, who are we, who are you, what is your identity, there's as a social, Nigerian people should come and share Nigerian people should be Nigerian naik dalam cembiar seno, naik iman cembiar. Tadi sih tadi naik ini jadi masih kalau salah hari kalau tadi kurang cembiar itu orang itu. Nah, sekarang naik cembiar, asal naik cembiar, asal dalam cembiar seno, ada cembiar. Naik dalam cembiar asal itu lah, kasih tak apa, ni tak kasih tak lihat apa. Tadi sih tadi. Kalau dalam kalau asal lokal itu kita 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 aman sih tu, cari nombor, aja dah. Step 2 sekarang siapa itu ya tu advance stage over. Anoji, ushiji, menurut cimbian itu buku. Jangan ushiji, menurut cimbian itu buku lah. Neta shida stage 1, stage 4 surat sebelum ya, dan stage 2 dulu. Macam itu sih kita launching dia, last stage 1 dulu ya. Secondly, untuk kita macam itu sih kita dia kan dulu itu stage 2 video macam apa stage 2. Next sih, untuk macam itu sih, itu tu yang macam dia, macam itu sih, itu tu pun ada yang macam dia. Setelah dia baca, selalu pun ada cumbi. Last bukan ada stage 3 yang pun yang dibuat buat, nah besar yang dibuat itu stage 3 ini. Anu kaya, untuk kita cumbi, kita nak cumbi, untuk semua orang cumbi, itu pun ada cumbi, selalu pun ada kita cumbi. Last dulu, last stage besar, lepas stage Kushiji, dari asal. Anu jenis kita, kerana Changki Kushiji dari first stage mulia, one mulia pada, ya, kita siapa ya? 2, 3, 4, dah jadi di mana ni ya? Sekarang 4 tu nasi tu, untuk Changki Kushiji, tu di mana Kushiji naik macam dia, tu naik macam dia, tu selalu nak macam dia, kasih buat itu. Stage 4, kasih next step tu, kasih buat. Tu nak disebut
노지라지 다스자 금 가도 부시 무엇을 다스하게 fungi eti dashindo 금 가도 부시 therefore so by 2080 16 languages will die in a year. By next century, by the middle of next century, no Bushi, 26 languages will die. That's more than 2 languages in a month. Only Buddha Bushi is there to Tamutsu, to grow. Tamutsu, among Katunga. The most important ingredients are Asunu, Asunu, and Samon, Asunu, Samatser, Amasita. Bushi Aika. Tasba jangan stage 4 aliba revive sa katumba ko ay career asir kon pushi mi pa puna ro asir ta shite pa pa je subi kon ya ka sa je ka ay no mo internet mo na por ro mo ay ka sa the first thing pushi Changki pushi ki threaten na mo Changki pushi in danger na mo Changki pushi the first thing is the Newton encouraged us and the Newton 15 million Halins. Now, the Newton me Bushi encouraged us actually most important. As your Bushi was science associate, Lukti, Jipun, as individual, group, family, individually, yes, career. First thing is, Kanama is very important. I said Kanama is very I think we should do something. I think it's endangered and let's just do. That's a huge step. Okay? Give us energy to be a career. We have more. We have more. Korea, you pay career. I said Korea, you know, that's not pushing, not the fire, career. Asipal of standard variety coaching. Namun gunung kalau cuma ada asipal of acuan dia nak ni saja juga. Iba macam tu, asal masa awal jadi bahasa ini gunung dia. Asal dia nama lagi apa no dictionary mana, grammar mana, lalu nak kita mana itu ni apa saja. Namun dia no kena new word kena seminar dia sah. Asal bahasa seminar tu je siapa sampai nanti sempat mana dah juga dia sah. Asal angkat mana cipir dia, punya ini dia sah, kalau kita dia sah, asal kalau juga dia sah. Cipir tu nanti, lagi we want a grammar book, we want dictionary, dictionary. Untuk pushi, untuk konsep dokumen sendiri, asal lagi we will create projects. Kalau itu project kita tidak ada dia, sendiri kalau lagi generate asal project dia lo, namun kari konsep dokumen asal, kari dictionary yang lo, kari dictionary yang lo, kari grammar yang lo. Namun dulu kita di pushi was here, di iya, apa sih? Seminar organizers project yang kita pushi tadi dokumen dia, itu kan mungkin satu dia. Kalau kita University of Texas di profesor ada hasil lagi documentation dia kan luar biasa. Hasil dalam macam tu, what's dokumen sang? Kena dokumen sang sangat natural conversation. Isu ada ni tu sang. Waktu aja dokumen sang. Kemudian sejauh pertama tu, asal jangan luar kau. Ini ada sebenarnya, pun banyak orang bisa. Mungkin natural conversation dia dokumen saya. Asal tu pushi dia. Globalization origin. Kita rasa mungkin kita tak sih dokumen sekarang ini sebab lain syariah. Knowledgeable system of Changki yang banyak masyhur. Nah, hasil lain Changki nomor push sama aja dokumen survey explain saya ada dia Changki semua sebab dengan banyak masyhur. Yang mana documentation di segmen putsa each time I deserve something from the party. As if the budget day, looking at a decision at here, and here. Summer school, seminar, was here. As no summer school, kung di mga tamra. Tanong ng cluster, ranay sa makatsira agad niya, kaya nakikapasyon ka sir. Iba ang makasyon niya sa nakakit sir. Sabi mo, at compulsory. Iba kakali, iba kaniya sir. Iba noji siya, lagi mo sa kanya, compulsory as siya tanongin ng mutiti, jangan ushi, macam ni dia mutiti kuts mutiti, asal mutiti pun di, jangan jadi mahu, jangan mau jadi mahu. Please, asal games ramah sebagai apa sah? Indigenous games kan itu, which is just jangan mau nak saya games kan itu. Aji revive ni mana tu? Asal aji revive sir, kita tentang represent here, pushing the family is the smallest unit of society and is strong with the languages and country, state, government, language planning years from now. Social linguistic share. Language planning policy here, that's language planning policy career. Language policy family was society infused about policy English English standard English policy language planning policy If you know how to speak Changki, be willing to speak Changki with your friends. Be willing to teach them Changki. And Naya Ashiko, be willing to learn the language. Social media, what you share, right? And because that is their identity. Changki is their identity there. Changki is their identity there. Instead of Changki or depend on that number controlling the language we're speaking. And it is our duty, because we should just do this guidance. It's the responsibility of all of us, because we should do this language. The destiny of the language depends on the speaker. Changki Ayu Changki yeah, it depends on you. It depends on the speaker. Idea, right? Generation let us not be the generation that killed the language. Let us not be the generation that killed Changki language. But let us be the generation that invite Changki language. Changki Noria legislation. Why is Changki Noria a word of English? Changki Noria far-sighted far-sighted yes, education as a education as a religion, as a missionary, only missionary first, I did do. And what is it? I believe that we need to Changki Ayu Seminar 상당한 시점을 상하고 내 제외 듣고 이승아 남을 공감하고 아충 스미바즈 이승아 아유 다우르 이승아는 한당 같으니까 참내이랑 다우르 스미나 비안을 내게 정말 뜻하죠. 이바 아유의 이승아는 사바당은 저 특급 본인이 보니까 근데 뒤로 당번이 못 쳐버리고 아마디가 이 용하게 공격해 주자. 제 아마스베 아미야 가는 건가 미친견 놓고 가서 샴존이 제가 어떻게 되죠? 일라세 장님과 시간에当然 장편을 선하다. 만약에 제가 선하다 제가 뭐 분이의 시장 또한만에 가지네 가지네 장기를 놓고 이제 당하게 저 장기를 지나가다고 아마 리미로바 이기와 이 또한 거 아마 로바 앞으로에 힘있는 영화다. 바로 본 이바지 사다 그다고 네가 방망이나 attractions tadi bagus Then sami baca isma ayuina ami buarita attraction. There's a natural attraction. Isma ang usu panala suloy baca samdong di ba ang kumba isma tanya samdong relo Korean no the Japanese the ba yang kumba sanai galiang ni. Chao changyu na sanar the film sanar straight ba. Ali isma identities da isma Korean no Japanese no Kamera no isma changi ni changi lai. Alam nam identity abe kawas nam iba us iba ayu zumsana stala isma zube samdang oksabodi che isma muksunode dabaza be samire tama ayu challenge suwe baza I encourage you to do that chao isma roots stay da iba chakyu se isma na kupasa mistake chao ida ba pinamniya koda koda sho isma namrang asaneba be achum sumiro ta chakana dala isma ayu isma na kumslawla isma amu be isma close chachki te chire isma ayu zube chala 또 있으나 또 봐도 TV가 뭐가 맨날 썼어요. 아니 그만 쓰고 본지 있으나 나를 donne 있으나 아이용 상가 주다가 쓰는 상가 왜 봐. 있으나 minutenleri 있으나
isngagari isngachari nimidang ko isngana shiba tabazna yo kani uzara yada ninglan iba ayu shchutta nimiro teche weriga ninglan nudari nutadari ga atyamno sirisa yada tomana muga ninglan iba achusuga iba isnga Changki nimiro se chame na isngana sana gari boni tabaza beningana ana achusuga nimiro tukumabanggo isnga refreshment break na ikayo. Iba refreshment zoom kanunggo to question our sinjame batyari dale isnga speaker to Dr. Thomas Nawaling kalanggo sinjame batyari dale I open the house for any questions. If there's any questions that you want to ask to our speaker, if there's anyone, you can raise your hand.
If there's anyone who wants to ask questions, you can just a pen and paper with you. You can fill in open door. If you just want to have, they may have something towels to buy it. So have a better understanding of that. Like, so we have to very short time. But while waiting for them, I just have one question. If you can ask this. What can a student do academically if he or she is interested to do what is studies related to Changki? What he or she could do? Microphone.
That's a question where we, that's a seminar question. Is a student can do so many things. Suppose you want to work in Changki. There's so many things you can do. One is you can, when I say student, I believe it's after graduation or undergraduate? After graduation, right? So after graduation, you can do a master's in linguistics. And after doing master's in linguistics, you can take up PhD in Changki, which I believe there are no works done in that. When you do PhD in Changki, you can do it in any other universities, but there are universities in America who are particularly interested in tribal languages, so they're very welcome, to take up PhD scholars from North India. And besides that, even if you are not a linguist, they have this documentation project where I just forgot the website. It's North Texas University. You can go there. They have a project called UNT. Sorry, I can't remember that as well. Where you can send the information about the language, and then you can write if there are any folklore or folk stories, you can write about that. If there are any publication on that, you can scan and you can send it to them, and they put it in their website. So there's a procedure for that. That can be done, but as I said, like it's not a part of your degree. So it's there. So they are very welcome. For entrepreneurs, when we do that, they welcome that a lot. Besides that, as I said, you can also go for degree in linguistics, MA linguistics and PhD in linguistics. You can go outside the country. Many universities, they really want to work with students from Northeast India, especially if they were from languages. And yeah, so I think those are the things we can do. No, not necessarily. English is, English, we usually get application from people who have done a graduation in English, but people for European anthropology or sociology, politics, we have introduced that in 2 colleges, Gibson College and Suffolk College. So we're hoping that more colleges will open up in the States. That's what we're hoping for. And when it comes to the NAP, when it comes to NAP, I think most of focus is there in language studies. So I think there's some scope if you want to take up courses in language studies.
우리가 상황도 보시면 시작해요. 나이든 스마트폰
what we do is we start with documentation. We start documenting stories, folk songs, folklores. Then once it is done, archiving, video, photography, all the things, dictionaries, all the things we do that, we publish that. Then once it is done, we go for we can stop that. Okay? We can just have documentation of stories and videos, songs. We start with folk tales and we just stop there, or we can turn it into a book, videos, and or after that, the next step would be we go for analysis. So that's what we do. So usually we start with documenting folklore, natural data. Yeah, those are the things.
Is there an opportunity for private and public partnership, ensuring a long-term commitment to preservation and promotion of the language?
What kind of partnership is that?
Is there any partnership that between areas?
Of course, you can do that, yeah. But then when we say partnership, it's like finance involved there, or just finance there, or what kind of partnership?
Partnership that will help us in preservation and
Yes,
revitalization.
of course. You know, the universities here, universities in Europe and America, they are very willing to be a partner. In fact, Cognac, right now we are working in Cognac. You know, it's been like 3-4 years. So by end of this year, we'll be issuing very decent Cognac grammar and a dictionary. And another department, Dignity department, they are working with Huron language. So yes, we do that. Even in London, we do that. You know, we also adopt villages, and we work with certain villages or certain tribes. That's something we should be doing. At least our department, the language department, is doing in London.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. 또 question answer सं자분서 뭐 긴장 같이 들려 성화요 단어를 보면 디아리는 비디오 지바가 인트레스 가 YouTube 고가 저거 인스타그램 다보다 소셜 미디어 뭐 블로거스 론칭되는 거 등이만 나가 이 아이디어들 정말 documenting conversations 가 있으나 normal conversations document 제바 저 장기요 아칸데 나가 우츠가 folklore 다보다 뭐 documentation 제바 아이디어 도도키아서 that's how is 있으나 이 민호 이바 세미나에 민호 이바 대장마가 말이 참이요 anywhere 있으나 that's how is 양이 거랑 또 고마워 있으나 refreshment light refreshment 나이가 비요 15 minutes refreshment 작은 아노 순동 아마 안 들어봐 아노 프로그램 진짜 못 받아 봐 아노 다음에 쓰가 이바 아키 저기 뭐 이바 어디서 못들어 second session에서 뭐가 아니 담아니다 아름다움 나기바 또 보면 너무 비싸다 thank you
Hah? What's that?
Galoche. Everyone, please come inside. Let's begin the second session. Kimaudir damang bitsong na zurone, kami damang isang nga tuko session na naroon ba ba? Tuko, ama ano ba? Tulayo. Benang cabago, suka cendep seru, taba akan berpalibat sedia na mencoba akan Dimapur Changki kawan seru cendep itu niba, mamukilo. so la tabunga Imako Changki Kabatsir Chumbango, Pilaba Utide. Tokumabango, Unikun Sataba Mabang. Kay, but Sri Vadanga Tunuliri, Dr. Tunjin Samachari, Palimabang Pantangaki. Iba Unikun Sataba Mabango is more speaker Asan Bisara Lembo. A. Dr. Tiasinap, Department of Anthropology, NU Lumami. B. Dr. Akam Nochari, Publisher and Editor, The Morning Express. C. Professor J. Longcomer, Department of Agriculture and Extension, Sasar, Namdang University. Tukumabango, Isanga Tunuliri, Dr. Tunjin Sang Nochari, Iba, Uniklamsa, Tatamabang Sira, Panangaki.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Bapak Ibu Saudara. Tadi isma sebuah tadi isma dipali, isma culture, isma event boy sebuah, isma contemporary culture anda semua dikai. Ada isma traditional culture, kita yang ke ada western culture. Sahaja, Israel sebuah, Israel lalu orang berapa? Western dah yang nanti pas sebuah orang itu Israel traditional pada cakap orang mendiri orang. Sahaja ham, alim macam putang ini orang pas kita ini dah perempuan berapa itu, pas nunggu dah masalah. Tapi Israel, sesuatu itu cuma orang. Ya, ini berapa Israel heritage, Israel culture, Israel ayu, Israel akan sama folklore masalah apa? Pada itu macam mana Islam dah wajib kuri. Pada itu ada betul macam itu pada Islam tadi pada. Nanti ada lima macam gila dulu dan jadi baik lah. Apa anu? Terus dah tadi ibarat tu Islam itu. Islam ayu sana tu asal palala papa stream tu, papa sil tu, cuma palala itu. Macam dia lalu Islam tu dalam satu barang. Dapat cuma ibadah pai boleh sengaja ni. Islam ayu anda perlu lupa nurturing orang mata dan dapat anda betul. Cuma bapa nak special itu cuma nak bapa perspektif itu sana yang betul. Dapat Islam nak ada jumlah nak mentakrir cuma dah sana cuma experience cuma nak sejauh itu pun dan nak cepat lamsa betul Islam betul. Semua ini dari cerita Tunggu jangan dalam mana dari hutan ini asal tayangi wala, maksudnya Islam ibarat Islam supaya itu membawa ini macam dia kata Islam mereka itu maksudnya hingga selebar dalam ibarat acara. Dan ibarat speaker itu yang kawan ada sampai semua berbincang kawan Islam nama ini semua question our face. Dapat question awam apa? Isn't anda salah segeri itu dia. Anda tadi dalam pada isn't tahu sama. Jauh pada tunggal lah. Jadi dari jauh pada tunggal. Dapat kita kadang berapa tunggal. Tahu speaker pada. Beberapa bahasa itu pada luar jadi volunteer dan selikur pada. Isn't mana tu jadi cuma dalam pada isn't muisi. Dan isn't yo speaker lah sambil baca. Isn't Ida speaker dengan data ayu, tumpa sahaja kerana dalam Changki Ayu English tahu, pada ida tadi important bahasa Islam tahu saja tu tumpa pun nak perintah dalam ni, tak ayu bahasa dalam English tahu contoh pada ida dalam tu tumpa tahu dalam pada saya bro pada sana bro, dan ibarat saya sangat akan tersewa bro. Tahu menang siapa? Itu ida Islam sana pada kamu berapa? Indirect dalam Islam bro ni. Introduce him as Dr. Tiasinap, Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, University. PhD area of research, prehistoric archaeology. Jadi area of interest pada cara pada research yang kita berikan. Jadi itu pada ada historical linguistic pada cara. Jadi sangat mana terhadap dapat selalu.
不能那种。
Tamam olsana bu ibi olsunda Changki lanuri lumjum ya ayun da o idan niye çok pada sandan da ro da şeride ibasa tamam olsunda da jüri indire ibarat ki ilan ni arun na ore da sanda da diğer isne da da merang ungiri yang sampai ro ni class kada kulit tamam o seminar abo 我先从这儿的外国人这边一位讲了，拉三十个人。把做的呢，阿莫克米呢，把做的呢 paper presentation 来这里面那个，阿莫克米呢，那他所人的那 seminar 的这个叫做，把那个把 paper presentation 那个，这是必须呢，把这个 criticize 的，把那 answer 下来了就。 자르마노 니네 작심기로다 ets소리를 나버리 니네 봐 몸들어봐 아니나 ets소리를 나상담 그날에 잡아도 대신 어떠야 바나 아우가 같다 니네 공가 대신 그랬습니다 박수고 이단 아우당 강수도 바람 바나 박수 반반는 증거 보이는 게 있다 사정을 하는 거다 네 바우 지지 바나 아이 뭐 아우처리야 티어몽라 대시아리가 반은 또 아까야 무슨가参加的 이바 당사라고 쓰기는 스탁발을 듣는 지방 한님은 아무와 된세를 하다 우리가 한이 못 된세자 삼도 이바 또 삼도로 니가 한이 사람이가 우리가 정기 우장 아야의 당 대성 노 대성 다리는 이바 우장서 찬거 엘라가 들었으면 나를 가리는 세 또 이번 사소리 내가 information diary 그래서 또 차이나 로고리가 차이나들 한 크로스비 라리아잖아 한 차이니스 동이 또 거의 무슨 말이야 또 바담이 잡아 이바스 페이브리잖아 또 우리가 그 무슨 데가 없어 나 군도리라고 봐서 이바당이 소리샤 이바스 비노스라 또 만든 의미에 그래서 말도 teman-teman saya market itu kita bisa kita sebenarnya sangat indah. Baik terus mana tunggu China ni mau sangat ya ni no. Esunglah bibit ni rasa, Burma ni rasa, esunglah ada sih South China ni ada ni. Esunglah tu tu paklar baik tu, patso dia, patso tu dia tahu, ibat tu 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 dia no, anak tu mesti ayah bibit kami nak buat, baik tu bibit terasa. 또 담망 불롱 들어서 이제 뭐 그래요. 이따 비동이로. 그래서 대동과 용가 있는 거 가서 사우스 차이나 어디가 무차다 버마 어디를 해서 했었나요. 이바 가서 또 이바 스나바서 스나도 버마 이베 스나는 스나도 블루게 작아져요. 그래서 스나는 진짜 또 차이나 했던 거 Tawas ni na tanya ayu ucang tiada senai bahasa. Iba tu blue kaba ayu bah, iba enggak aku sesuatu ni no Allah ucang tiada jadi kau tak cepat nak sedar. Ini ada example lagi. Ni mana ayu ni nawi Changki Ayu Seminar. Lupa lagi na, lupa berita, lupa lagi na. Setapak tangsen. Lulang lagi na, setapak bahasa sekarang ni. Caiba tak senang. Bah, long ini dia. Caiba senang. Kita sebenarnya film zala, luang kalau Japan, pilih ayam badala keman kangsam. Liga tu cakap apa lagi? Halau. Jadi siapa? Juluku berai itu, setapak tak senang. Luang kami sini caiba tak senang apa. Tenari kalau semua antu pun tak ada ucap tapi dah ada, semua ucap tapi dah ada. Allah ucap apa tu cerita, kalau semua nama tu apa? English dan truth tu apa? Kamu tak sebenarnya ucap ni dari dalam pasal luang kami ayu saya study siang saja ayu saya iba dari orang ucap. Iba kerana Esunglabat ibe lupa barangkali jalan. Baju paksa bawa aja. Ayu coba apa melen gue. Terus ayu tiada esungana. Tu buka terjenjel ni ke tiada ninja puja tiada kata. Tapi kita coba nanti sejarah belum betul. Tapi sana esungana orang ibarat tentang ibu puja jauh betul. Asal ada orang puja jauh betul. Total coba nanti puja jauh. Belum asal betul. Baik, sebenarnya asal di ayam dah asal kuih, asal dia mesti asal nak apa tu? Besar sedikit juga. Baik, asal di rumah sana sebelah ayam besar dah sampai berapa? Kalau sebelah ayam tu, kita biasa hujan, terus tu mata kiri. Kalau sebenarnya iba asal hujan macam tiba tu, sebenarnya terlalu kali jawab cakap apa kan paksa, iba usaha aja macam tu, mana kamera cakap macam tiba lah. Tapi kita bicara bicara, tadi iba usaha namanya, kadang semua ayu renung berubah, tapi renung renung berubah, tu jenis tu macam mana? Agar tadi saya tadi sebenarnya dalam tunggu tengah sama sedikit saja, iba tapi lemah tu, ucap jari iba rakyat rasa ni, kunca itu taruh, kunca itu sedar, ada. Kung kalau temerang, jaga betul. Kalau kita serius mana, jaga masalah tu, semua minum macam mana betul nak buat macam taruh apa. Baik, tino ch sound tu, belum dapat tahu. Tadi semua cerita selana, cabu kesanai. Tahu, ini adalah tahu terus tu kan. Ada sesuatu ada ulah sesuatu sampai tu cah ada. Meten meja, kalau meja pasal meten, kum pasal bertemerang. Tu jinggu ayu pasal masa kacing boleh permatu. Tuma ayunya kian pasal sendal temerang. Dibit ayunya kian bagala mayak cakap. Asalnya merang laba tu kan. Pasal tenang merang doa seminar tu mayak tu pasal tu. Jadi permis ayu na kiam tersalah temerang. Anu caca punca dapat temerang meten ada caca terasa. Ibi cuma permis ayu na kiam dapat temerang tamunya. Cuma ayu na kah dapat tu, asalnya jah dapat. Asalnya temerang sama yang punca, tu cuma ada. 他用temerang bahasa Bahasa, berusaha berusaha cari, dan saya ni example dia. Example apa tadi bahasa tu bahasa Arunachal boleh, tu lainnya raku, kerak asalnya kerak darah, tu apa tadi itu raku boleh dapat, umrah. Asalnya karu dari asal raku baca karu, tu mana dah ars macam mana ki. Misalnya sebenarnya squirrel tahu, camera terjadi. Dikira yang raw sama nari raw shin, ibarat belanda pak. Shin dapat cha sound tu melang melang ada kurang. Dapat semua kamu sendiri salah. Kalau semua s ni, kamu sendiri akan yo cha sound ni. Sen, achen, churuba, suruba, saru, charu. Ada cuma ada betul nak gah terjadi, dah cuma sesuatu lecah terjadi. Pasal salah semua ayam buat jangan ke sound chat sound belum boleh. Tapi sana sebenarnya ayam itu sab cakap dari difficult. Misalnya ayam cenjang sab cakap expensive. Tama ayam buat difficult salah mana kah? Permis ayam buat kah? Ye pasal sound China buat ayam. Pasal mana ko dari lahu ayunan kah kayang pasal kareng ini ayu aja kah apa? Jadi ada semua ayunan akan semua ayunan musim bu acu ke cu ibarat sebelah sama dari misalnya sebelum branch yang itu kumsam semua ayunan cendi kum cend ibarat sound sama dari 맞아. 가서 무슨 말이고 자는 아노 스마는 스마마 뜨는 거 미유스마 알다 저는 미유스마도 쓰다 자는 스마 트레디셔널 스마 뜻도 뜻망마보다 봐서 스마 쓰는 파리가 쓰는 말 미유스마 무슨 말但是把呢스마 뜻밀라서 스마 뜻도 망마스터 거리 파리가 있는 중간에 스마 우자 사람이 자다 ujar saya semua ada pada ayu sebenarnya miu semua. Ada tak cuman pakai tu miu semua tu jadi. Semua ada dah semua itu apa? Tipu apa kan? Ada miu tu sudah. Semua teologi tu sahaja. Bangsa tu sahaja. Kamar ayu tu sahaja. Muslim. Masa ayu palalai satu sahaja. Cuma ayarnya aning nama sahaja. ayar utak kamu cari, or isir ambil nong siri cakap tuan orang, tiba dang so mu cari, tahu miu tahu, esmana tu kalau mana jadi bayi tahu, alam benda semata sesuatu juga, tiba orang setelah sana lah so kau jangan cari, kan? Kamar yang ayu nong betul dang so, saya betul betul cakap, esmana cari, esmana yang cepat, esmana mana itu ayu jadi. Abi kamu iba seminar mereka lah yak cepat, ya, yak cepat. Ala yak cepat apa sahaja. Misalnya yak kasar tak ada. Pada orang nasam yak kasar, betul? Orang kiri, pandai kiri, satu orang yak tak sahaja. Tibetan ayu na yak sahaja beautiful. तो फेसबुक को टिपिट निगम चला टिपिट कार्ड है तुम्हारा नुकसान लो चाहा कमेंट्स चलते तो याकू तो चल जाएगा तुम्हारा तो स्टार्ट हो रहा है टिपिटन written by तुम्हारा इसमें का चंकियों का आउट है इसमें सुनियो से written तब अगर की टिपिटन written तो याकू दाला तुम्हारा बुखार संगला बस बुद्धानी को सनारे बुद्धानी तुम्हारा लिख बुक beautiful, kan? Kayak alat itu udah sana menjadi kalau yang dalam satu masa. Tahu ayu tiada bulan hendak dalam sana. Terus mana kan yang dalam satu dalam pilihan dalam itu udah yang cetu, cetu teror. Misalnya awak yang kan awak mana yang dalam tu. Setakat ayu terjemah saja, yang kena lah, sama sama terjemah saja. Lah sebenarnya yang kena, kalau L itu Y sound saja sebenarnya. Tapi yacem ayu, tapi pula yacem dengan ada yacem ayu. Dasar ada yacem ayu. Kalau L ta Y sama saja. Tiba kembali begini, sebenarnya ali tu terjadi. Ali kembali. Ali kembang, teman-teman rembungi dua zero pergi. Alat dah cakap ali tu cari, dah cakap ali itu sedang. Ini dah apa ada macam senjata tahu tak sam lama jauh dah cari. Ali ibadah yang ali kembang dah cari. Jadi tu, aku sudah berlalu. Ali no ali bagi ali kembang dah cari. Lusai kata mizuayu lah dalam tempat orang. Zemi group tu ayuan lah dah salah kata tempat. Drone kata China tu sanare salah dalam mana tempat. Ye kata South China, akar Yunan kata China. Esmana iba to this sala. South China, this is ngabo sala sa sula razoni ba. Tawo Burma dan to Chin state misalnya Mizu this is ngabo sala. Udah betul lah larang orang. Itu sana lah sound tu sana zaman tu kira show larang aja. Ada sana yo ali dah baca, kembar tu dah ada ali tu dah baca. Udah sana ali kembar dah baca. Meaning tu adalah kembar dah saya dah baca. Wah, sana tu macam dia macam sahaja. Ari ju dah laki dah. Ari ju pi dah baca. Ari aki dah saya dah. Allah sana banana tangigo mamuda jari. Tahu mamuda ayu jadi asal, mamu ayu tu sendak apa ayu yang asal la tu sampai. Nanti sana lajen lasa lapu. Nah coba ada la dapat satu umri. Betul. Jadi cakap ini salah. Sana tangan dia ayu tu sendak asal. Ibik ayu na ngamlak tu salah mamu. Misalnya Chin state Burma ko tungala alam di sana di ba ayu bola Bangla kala mangu by Bangla to sala mang dawas ba ayu sube agra ka ta jala m sound no p sound melan to da ne wes na anya na ayam wa sangbangmen da ba sangmangmen de ba misalnya esana men zi da lu sung da bangji m b da shi take care, semua sam anak cakap tu take care. Cuma loisi dah mangu si dah tu sungcang. Semua ayu tu si dah, sungcang sahaja macam serap, grow. Sungcang dah sungtung butang fruits dah nampak. Macam deli butang tu licang. Sungcang dah apa semua fruits nang word nampak. Fruit nang word pasal ayah ni macam dah. Do plural serap. Makuri bahasa Islam adalah almost analog juga. Makuri adalah makanri dah, mak saramati dengan makan beli. Apa makuri. Semua itu adalah makanri dah. Leh dalam mau. Ibadah mau ini semua aziz. Kalau bahasa semua ayu mang muda baik. Apa dah mang la semua muda. Ba, by outlet mangla na sa kapag ko iba sa menu talaga lachen lasada at ang tabo mangla na ba sa sa las na mugunga by l menu n misalang na ba sa na gumbaza sa mga ayu ko ba kada dati sana n menu l na may pa ayuan ko siya nga menaja da siya mo n na l ko to kaya mo da sa malangjan. Malang mata saya dah orang. Sebenarnya alam maksud juga. Tu siapa tu mengajar tersawadah ensudah elok. Tu motivasi satu bang Donald Trump, ensudah elok. Iba berapa orang? Misalnya ensudah elok. Dari sana sebenarnya sebenarnya maksud juga tanah jingga sebenarnya jingga buknam. Long dah saya bawa buknam. Eloknya ni apa? Allah tu lah mangla apa? Ada yang lain tu ngah apa? Example lagi. Mungma, orang sana apa? Sengliu dah, mungkin dah munglau. Sengliu dah apa? Mangwa, munglau. Apa? Tu ada tak sama dengan bukta darah. Lachen dapat mangmu cer semua panen flower. Kita langsung lachen. Mangmu memang sekarang langsung bukta. Alam bukta dapat sudah sama. Pasal L sound semula tiga tu. Sama tu bukla. Mangmu buat ada. Bukla dah siapa semula bukta dah semua. Kan? Tu L minus N keempat, T keempat, example aja, tiga ko, asal nak mendapat apa? Tuan nak tahu, tak? 把是 original 嘛，有个是我把是我的了两，这些怎么文拿把的，但是那个 L 的 M 有多少呢？拿文拿把那个多少呢？他 tonight 他alada sana nak ibai sana Korean books ayu的sana was the meaning of that word Korean ayu na他 asna ayu na他的 this 的吧hani this day 吧他 ga asma da ayu na जो ga的 mencari tapi Korean ayu sana ga da ba to जो मांस मेरे मिसाल चंदन जो menui ba ibarat to ga malam nila sana ka dawas alishan dawas iba so sayari nikru yang nok sa ta nikru ta sama ta nikru da jare nik sila mata da nik kru dawas dala jo Changki Ayu na kru ila muila dirt kana river Himalaya Western Himalaya missionary kru ila dirt permis ayo naga kruidala muila tamo sare esla ayo aruta vega itism zege ibi minera hore ayo itism aruta vega ibi minera atsuri esla friend na atsuri de jare bas sinyo la musun ko mahal atsuri da alada ko na atsuri jare esla mo atsuri ka ayo was anwa word da ba thumari jare sana bas la da support cabangnya matba pasna aki shop isno tamba speak the word mo aki shop badro main post badro thumla daja ba thumla support cabang tumari dawasa ikazmi na support chari ali answer za ana support chari na ba ala answer dawasa ri dawasa kami na mo ba answer dawasa lagi kita betul minura ba Changki Ayu na ga dala isna no ya ri de biba jatawal to ga da jare Changki Ayu na ba South China ga dala ya ri de biba yi ayu da ga dala ya ri de biba Changki Ayu na za dala ya ri de biba isna ayu zi da ba biba mi ra ba biba zi na de da ba sala ga Give it a solid about and that is not even the example here. That's on the Mickey, Slil that it's a Sarah Kiva, sure it's a but gave in a silver. Need be Smiro, Slil near a keener. But the Vasaiva, this is a mother God, that was this was the double guard, that's not how it was. Semua atsuri, ni atsuri, ni dia ada break. Dah juga sesuatu yang omong. Mungrangjen, rainbow, rainbow lah mungrangjen. Alam mungrangjen itu sesuatu. Mungrang adalah atsum tahu saya. Semua nama itu pala lah sesuatu lah. Atung itu China sebenarnya, jadi Changki Burma, South Burma, Garam to the sun. Rang, marang, rang, tamang sesuatu. Rain, atsum, atsum. Mungrang bahasa atsum, jen bahasa sana rainbow tu cakap. Baik, aku mana tu beri mungrang jen tu. Semua baik. Tu buat sama lah barak itu. Setiap light dapat sam, wah dapat warm. Sana bisa. Ini semua orang. तो था जैसा जो असमान ना आयु अंदर से कंबाइन करे आगर का दे sama लाइट तक इबारा मुराम जन dapat pertama ayu buat melakari warna drink tapi ada ini blue color hingga baik jam sa sang sa ayu tangan bahasa tidak ada teknis ayu loh dalam bahasa jen bahasa sama rainbow atsum tentang rainbow darah murang jenda Allah Jalla adalah atsum orang masalah ingkang semua anda ayarnya Jalla tadi Allah Jalla adalah Allah Jalla adalah semua orang Allah Jalla adalah semua orang itu lama tentang cili depan Allah cila jauh bertiada cili ada tahu bahasa kita semua Allah cila ada timbang tentang senar tu ada bahasa ignore sama tak ada semua grammar ko timbang cila ko noun ko sana ada bahasa bahasa na semua ada no ada sana anok ki aki ada bersama Lache dapat meaning tu, adalah river. Acam bahasa Burmese saya pun sama sudah pada tu. Burma. Tu mana Silang adalah river. Bahasa anak sama tak boleh tu. Lang si dapat sama tu boleh tu. Bahasa river. Ye bahasa China tu. River. Lu adalah dapat tu bahasa. Lu dapat river. Sana ingza lah, ingbang masuk, luza, lisuayu lah. Allah cila dapat tu, la cer dapat tu ingbang, la dapat tu, sana temila dapat ya. Sedang temila, ingbang temila, Allah cila. Dapat semua bahasa dah, Allah cila. Semua semua tu ingbang semua mangdor, semua dapat ingbang nama muatu nanti tamu apa kepilih macam orang. Kalau sebenarnya orang, sudah Allah cila dapat. Awat semua ni lah Timur ni kata wang semua tu. Awat itu kata akses macam semua. Kalau ni nama kita mesti ibu ni lah macam rata pergi. Ayu pada kita bakar kita. Soalnya menu yang hanya anda saya sebab itu ni bahasa orang lah. Menu yang betul di mana? Menu dah betul tak mana ada alat yang tu dah. Miang tu salah, lama ni bahawa. Sama kata tadi bahasa South China, Burmese China. Sama sesuatu mang mu mang miang tabang sesuatu lama ni. Menu lama tu di mana? Menu miang tu di mana? Menu dapat sama. Tapi sama let kamu menu tu cari saja. Sama ibu ayu dah mana yang semua. Arab berapa tahu? No tu cari. Tunggu itu mana? Kesemua tu ada mer seperti negatif. Tapi sana cimo negatif tu saja. Mencinga. Rano negatif tu, merah, sesuatu negatif. Alat nose early shower, negatif early, late, no. Aniki, itu nama soalnya aniki tu jadi. Tak cuman, ini dah betul dah sekolah leh. Jangan dah, melang kata sana, terang, tu shower, ten tu shower, sana terang. Pas tu, 40 nama lira kalau cuma peli no tira sebik salah lira 40 teruk no tira rupra aniki selaiba logik semua dari Allah aniki 80 hai samna Burmese ayuna keep kalau tira nama sorry dah ayu alam masih kata keep ki dengan tira aniki dah apa ki se 10 an siapa tu bahasa ani dah bercalang, ayi dah siapa, yi dah bahasa 8. Tu buat semua naga t darang naga, semuanya juga tizat itu semua. Dan ada y ka sound, y ka z sound lah, belum tu kan? Biasanya within Changki ni kita naga, azar kita ni awal rock dah sari kali kan, azar kita zawar rock dah sari kali kan. Macam semua orang musim bersalah, y ka z sound belum betul macam sana. Iya, zarian. Yang yo asal yi az. Ada tizat ti. Dah 80 sedara I ki yi 8 ki 10. 8 times 10 80. Pasal why we know n na bahasa atau example ada mai amma acak tentang tetung macam sana mani dah orang tu kan setakat mai amma ai amanang cross ay. Ay na cross. Amanang cross. Ama na acak. Tawa na acak na sa tao na masan dire. Sengaja temen lah, cakap mai je mino mani gitu ke. Baik, sejak saya temen lah, cakap tadi sana amat sedar nas, cakap kau sedar saya kan. Tu kalau kan nas, baik temen lah. Yaksen selama yo tahu yang anu tidak tahu. Yaksen je. Dah cuma yaksen. Yak kalau dekat, dalam ini example kira lak tahu tu. L tu mino y ke benar. Tahu yak. Division Burmese tamang that's what. Dekat yak sen dah cumuk pak tu. Dekat tu cumuk pak yak sen. Lagi baik jadi kita eksperimen sama orang orang. Dan sebenarnya di bawah ke sebenarnya ayuh doktor saya kata, this is kasus itu. Dia cerita mau ibarat kasus itu memang itu, analu bersih. Ibarat phrase dah. Ayuh mana orang ibarat cerita, ibarat sebab bersih. Tadi sana example, muya macam, sebenarnya kurang. Tapi jangan muya macam tu sudah. Jangan. Muya ini tu betul ada muya itu. Wah, ada salah ni. Tahu setakat tu muya dah betul. Muya ini betul kan orang. Bah original itu dah muy. Muy nama sana juga muya itu nama. Itu kata ginseng sebenarnya. Mai kata pumpkin. Dosai kata miso itu dah. Mai kata pumpkin. Labu itu dah. Pomi domestic dah. Seed dah betul fruit dah orang. Tu dah betul. Semua dah mat tu dah betul. Jadi orang dah puas first order. Dah ibarat ma apa yang Yunan tu sebenarnya ma tu mana macam. Pasal mai sebenarnya sebenarnya muya. Dah betul. Muya ini apa dah. Misalnya sebenarnya ayam mang tu betul. Allah tak cuma ayam mang saya dia kata ayam mang pada ayam mang saya. Kalau setiap kalau ayam mang tapi di dalam mang bak. Kalau sengaja beli tu belah saya ayam mang tu belah. Setiap kalau tu. Ni dah ini आज तक saya di dalam ni tentera. Ni yang bina waktu mampu, mana murung tahu dah rumah, mana tahu dah decoration je tahu dah. Itu sangat. Ibarat nak kita dah sudah. Out air je lagi, pasal jangan jual lagi. Dan nak je kita mesti beri tendensi. Ada tu dengan pada pangsang je. Yellow color tu kan. Ada beta, ada tahu dah saya ada. Tu mana silsilah terjangkau. Baca tening macam dia ada tu, semua juga baca sebut tu sana. Dan semuanya有的人呢是那个semuanya itu呢。二就是到的 decoration 那个是那么的，然后sebenarnya ayu sebenarnya那个也是你看就知道是谁。tapi sana ibarat sekarang tu sana silsilah sejarah juga ibarat kan siapa sejarah sebenarnya asam zila ibarat zila asam tu zila fruit. Asam juga fruit story. Asam zila. Lalu kesemua nak mungkin naga, kesemua tu tu yang ini macam. Kesemua ayu kumla di itu, kumla tak ibarat sesuatu tahu tak? Mereka tak jelas mana. Tahu kesemua cari mereka. Kesemua ayu kumla sama lah. Jadi, gua tu mana naga. Kesemua nak pilih Bangladesh nama mana. Teras nanti mungkin kita minggu kalau, esok nanti ada cakap mereka. Dua baju, semua ayu tu cakap tu kerana mana betul tak ada sesuatu. Tak mungkin di mana. Esok nanti bagi kemana sahaja. Tunggal tu gua cinta dia sih. Esok nanti ni ibu saya, awak nak cakap semua, tahu, yo dia tanggal esok. Lagi bergerak se, esok nanti cari mereka tu nanti cinta mereka lepas. Memang kita dah sangat benar dari kita yang membahas ini ya sangat benar.
isanga da budang ka mikil ba kan mi ro ko ba isanga nya ne da ite ba ayu ba isang Changki ba ba say restrict to ayu ba lai da break up ke explain jiti jar ke la ba da ida da ta ba ko ma ya no da ba da isma ta mo yo ge de da ba da to ko ba ba ge isanga da question our ge ka ka sorry isanga ro ko ida question khala ko ma ge ninga da so do re pen paper khala volunteer kya ta फिर रे सामने बोला मैं इतना था इधर समझाई है इधर समझाई है बदल राशन दे तो वो क्वेश्चन इसमें आता तो इन क्वेश्चन आ सकता है इधर इंग्लिश में करो इधर नामों ने नहीं ले तो वो आगे pada datang langsung ke perjalanan dokter akan mencari stage untuk question awal ko ada ko sa lawak to ko isma dai mal ko thabi pa le to na ita question answer with change in culture and time we do need to coin new words of Changki so ko isma na taro ka to how should we do that to ko ban siapa sa Changki ayu palalai da jo ayu tahu ayu kesan saya tahu dia yang ini tahu dia sana kalau
tu ayu kesan supaya apa so mentak tak hari tadi sana ini dia example lah so bila masa kami tu boleh tension so Changki ni langsung dulu iba tak sana dia tension so tu pas so audit no auditor so Changki aku mahu sebenarnya就知道biasa so ayu kesan tu kamu lihat tahu 네, 이거 한번 마시고, Dr. 스냅 딩마 오미는 되나봐. 장기 딕셔너리 불러보자. 아까 무슨 고체의 승자가 반은 auditor 가서 메타든 당을 이가 알람지 아침 루틴 와서 메타 당 보고 아짝 방사해서 저기도 마마고 이거 사건이라가 와스구는 그다 유선나지 가지고 dengar dia maksudnya, dokter sedang dengar dia maksudnya, macam tentang itu mana, Changki, Changki yang kami sebut nama sini, jadi aku bahasa Changki dah bahasa jadi, jadi ibarat bahasa sejarah itu apa, asal bahasa kesan itu tahu sahaja. आज संगा आयु है yang ada ayu join coba mina saniro asa nenba asa nenba iparu aki peyaba ibadah tahu Kesana ayu desain sebagai ibarat senang bukti tu desain apa yang anda pilih sambil buat anda bahasa through metaphor tapi saja Kesana dam de orang apa hak dam de orang ini tak pada meaning desain tu bahasa saja dam tapi hak model dam dapat tak apa ayu sesuatu saja desain tu bahasa saja
ibadah pada yang saya
이거 작가당이 요사요. 잡아서 esma 내주가서 아리드망 다 됐어. 이거서 아티스트가 다음다 내가. 제 미닝 제조 합제 다음 것도가. 이거 미사오만 나서냐 메타포나 example라서노 아타멘스리. 양 너바트라에게 뭐야? 베일라 아타멘스리 와서 사용하는 거 아타멘스리. attack does in the on the atsubo green na saya dong attack tu saya dong Changki iba saya mitsu malah meeting chala tak semua lah adi pun tak apa apa tu juga attack sering apa tak mau ibarat useless metaphor jadi ibarat metaphor ayu sudah ini kan kadang juga dan semua ayu desain banget kita biasa sudah jadi gugur. Kalau orang sudah sangat kalau melanggar lakiban kalau jangan lawan sudah mungkin ada yang sudah itulah common language pada our language Chungli. Given that Chungli is the official language of our, why not just concentrate to learn Chungli rather than Changki?
which has very limited use. That's what is not Julia in Beba Mumra, that you know, that's why I use an answer. It's not under. That's another.
中六是个四万嘛，四万是当啥当中，而且 over and above that，然后讲究是个四万。Number one，sebenarnya讲究的个啥的是嘛嘞？sebenarnya是啊有啥的嘛？咱哎呀，我可以啥子讲？咱那讲究么是嘞？我大概帮到嘛，对吧？大是比如说啥，我大概地方我是什么？把sebenarnya哎有很难就是嘞，讲究上，这个是讲究当的是一个。So it's not personal, individual. From a research point of view, Changki Ayu Ayu Anyanga to Sungyu Musin Mutsula Ayu Anyanga. In the area, Punja, and group of age group, Suna Yama, Taras, and the Butts in the Musin, the Suna Yama, the group of a but Ayu and the Sumahala, that is another. 都被人是拿拉布下来历史，这个 South China 不对，这个啥 connection 干嘛是这样的？但是不到是这个是啥的？东拉还有是啥的？书包没啥的，虽 education 批个人了，是这地方一般当时不的人，但是一来不往啥的，一来看不书包，看不书里的么，啊，就。 정말 이거는 아닌 시절을 했습니다. 나와서 이따 비해서 장기우도 알량아가 이거라서 그 전에서 그 탄이가 그래서 니스라고 했습니다. that's 다음은 이당 even for research point of view 사실 근데 it's a society에서 또 우리랑 뭐다 장기 society에서 it's a contract between the past those who are living and those who are yet to come. Personal application under dua bahawa dia yang sudah lah, personal dia cangkir cangkir, dua. Personal future yang sudah, they have the right to know. Cuba personal application yang harus sudah apa? Personal dia kiri. So even for that, dalam semasa contract kas yang cara rakyat, semasa contract kas yang cara rakyat, cuba personal application yang ada. Future long rights fulfill saya. So even for that, it's not future so and from the practical point of view, I am both in I am both. It's not open down the jungle down there. It's not individual. I agree that number two, research point of view, it's not unique words and from the contract point of view, a social contract point of view, it's not we have the obligation. It's not future, the regular like awesome. I'm not
last class, Jarole. Now, I am not going to change our mother, look at the out to lead about using the soul. Now, if you want to go, it's not the time. You the time.
Okay, that words unique comes less of one. The area of unique. Tadi sana, nang crimson nawa, nawa siya tatay ba? Crimson na nang siya nawa suwa ba? Nang nawa siya umri. Crimson nawa kung siya nawa siya asal umri. Nawa na nang umri, nang nawa siya umri. Dahil siya umri, nang nawa siya tatay. Abay, abay. Jadi inilah nang umruk dapat pasal macam tu. Nawa siya betul betul. Nang crimson nawa ni, nang nawa tak kena nawa siya iban ni gula. Nang nawa umri, nawa siya nawa umri. Tahu tak jadi? Apa dia orang? Pas dah anu ni nang umrah apa tu? Nawa nawa nang yo di bahasa kita, nang nawa macam ni orang nawa kita. Apa? Italia ada information tu, saja dah bahasa, nang sendiri musim ni. Jadi, semua ayu, yang apa? This also non-living things. Ibarat kita masuk sama ni. Tapi sana non-living things tu sana, dulu tu rah dia. Ada fruits, share rasa lah. Kesengat December lah ni, mesti aku nak tunggu tetap di bawah. December yang read about living things. Satu, semua musuh tu, mereka semua. That's why biasa tu unique feature. Kamu bro, jangan lakukan dari mana.
Tidak ada. Tunggu kita jawab. Kita tahu mana ada. Tunggu siapa ada word connection kita. Saya nak word bahasa. Kita jawab word sering saja. Tahu macam ni lah bagaimana? Asli kita untuk word dia lah. If a word page is high, let's go. Asli lah. Atau macam lah. Kami berdua nak lekasi.
Ini kusyik tu, cangkang asal dalam betul. Ini lebih terang, kusyik tu deh, kalau nama tu. Semua nukhari nubuat sensasi lepas baca tu, ada ibaratnya influence siapa ucang sekarang sama kalau semua canggih tu. Siapa ber? Kaya sana starting with merge. Merge se canggih orang tu kita mah. It's a corrupt version of merge. Angkuti. Walis especially ada bro. Zat salah. Apa ni nak ni bro? Dan di sana mereka ni, walis pasti ke, terus Hindi, Paris. Does it target koi itu minum dah apa? Koi ni jangan minum. So these are some of the examples.
Ada yang ada video, kalau itu ada mau saya ada dalam sebuah anda apa? Semua apa berjalan terus. So it's one of the because Dr. Akamundari is the founder and publisher of Forum Express. So it's not literally one of the
elders and dear friends. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here in this. When the leaders of Changki Ayu came and they requested that I should speak, I said another right person. Someone else should speak. But after much, and I said, give me a few days, I'll get back to you. I thought about it for a while. I said, first my gut reaction was, I'm not the right person to talk about language. But after a while, I thought, well, perhaps I am the right person to talk about it. And I'll tell you why. And I agreed to talk about it because, especially for the young people. So this is for you. And also I wanted to say some things to our elders here. That if we are serious about nurturing language, our approach must change. Our approach must change. Listening to Dr. Walling this morning and now listening to Dr. Kia, I feel what I will share is a contribution. I feel so proud to listen to Dr. Tia, to see him grow, that he's come such a long way. So thank you so much. I think you make all of us so proud. To share what I have to share this afternoon, I talked to several people so that what I share this afternoon
will also represent their voices. So I have organized my thoughts on paper and I will read it out so that in order to waste time, in order not to waste time. I have divided my sharing into four parts. One is to share about my personal experience. Second is the politics of language. Third is saving language. And the fourth part is suggesting some ideas. I was born in Vietnam. And by the age of 5, I went to a boarding school. So I'm a boarding school product. And when we talk about language, the boarding school product has a different understanding of language. If you get what I'm saying. So I went off to boarding school at the age of 5. And I would come back only for vacation, every now and then. But by the time I come back home, I have forgotten Changki. So during vacation, I would pick up some words again because my parents were very clear that we must learn Changki. And at home, they would speak to us only in Changki. So during vacation, I would pick up some words again, but then off again, you're back to the hostel. Again, you forget, then you come back home again. So why is this happening? Why? And as I grew older, and I traveled the world, and I recognized the importance of language. Only when I traveled the world, I recognized the importance of language. And that is what I want to share with you this afternoon. Why is language so important? At home, I speak to my parents only in Changki. So based on Dr. Walling, she's not here, based on now, it's level 1, right? That at home, I speak only Changki, but outside, I hesitate. At home, we don't even speak Nagamese. For a very long time, I could not speak Nagamese. After I came back in 2003, especially, in the public arena, I struggle with Nagamese as well. Because Nagamese is not something we grew up learning. At home, we speak only Changki for most part. I find it very difficult to speak to my parents in English. I can't speak in English well. Because their thinking switches. When I talk to them, I am thinking in Changki. I don't think in English. You get what I'm saying? But when I step out, then I speak more in English. So level 1 I am. So don't follow my path. In that sense. So what are my observations from that experience? A friend was saying that, and I think it is some of your experiences as well. When we go back to the village, and when we used to visit the village, when you don't speak Changki well, people laugh at you. They ridicule you. In good spirit, but the consequences is not good. So there are people who never want to go back to Changki again because they feel ashamed. They felt humiliated when they were young, and when they went, they could not speak anymore. And people laughed at them. So they don't go back. And maybe some never want to go back, and they have never gone back. So that's one. Second, second, my observation was, whenever we come back home for vacations and we go for events, even chunky gatherings, we hear people praying, not in chunky. You hear people reading the Bible, not in chunky. So I said, please. We're encouraged to speak chunky, but when we come to a chunky gathering, they're not praying in chunky, they don't read the Bible in chunky. Sometimes they're even conversing not in chunky. So I'm confused. You get what I'm saying? So to me, that question still baffles me today. And we're talking about nurturing languages. For me, I find that ironic. I find it very ironic in many ways. So I learned that, I also learned that when I'm not able to speak chunky well publicly, it limits my participation and contribution to chunky. Because I'm not able to contribute. Because when there is a public meeting, we have to speak in chunky, right? And publicly, I'm not used to that. I can't. And I know that many people are like me. I'm not alone in that. And so, chunky also loses out. I also lose out. We are both losers in that sense. But there's another friend who didn't know how to speak chunky well. But he was posted in chunky. And he was there for a few years. And during that few years, he learned chunky very well. So it got me thinking, is chunky one, we learn only through conversation? Chunky we learn only through conversation. And second, is chunky limited by geography? Is chunky limited only by geography? So when you go to the village, everyone knows how to speak chunky. Even non-chunky who are living in chunky will talk in chunky. But most of the chunkians who are living outside of chunky, especially the younger ones like me, do not speak chunky very well. And so is chunky limited by geography? That is my question. When I recognize the importance of language, and I wanted to therefore, I tried to look around. Books, we don't have chunky books. Bible, I've never come across a chunky Bible. Some contemporary music, at least I have not come across any contemporary chunky music or art in that sense. In that case, how do you nurture language? How does people like me, who have lived outside most of my life, learn chunky? How will your children, who are living outside most of their lives, learn chunky, and you want them to learn chunky? I think most of you parents here would want your children to learn chunky, right? So do I. But how will they learn when they're living outside most of the time? Chunky is limited by geography, and chunky is learned mostly by way of conversation. There was a time I was embarrassed to attend meetings. Because outside I struggle. At home I'm comfortable speaking chunky. But outside I struggle, especially in public gatherings. And so you listen to meetings, you want to talk but you can't talk. You want to say something but you can't say it, and so you just let it be. So there was a time that I felt like that. But now I realize one should not feel ashamed in that sense. Because the social support system is missing. The social support system is missing. Today I think it will be easier for someone to learn French, Chinese, Cantonese, or Mandarin, or Spanish than to learn Changki. Because there are tools that enable you to do that. And so friends, how do we reverse this condition? We're talking about nurturing Changki, but how do we reverse this condition? But I think to do that, we have to be honest. We have to engage in an honest conversation without being judgmental and without being too self-righteous. So these are some of my personal experiences. And so we have our native language, Changki, but for many of us in this room, I think, your first language may not necessarily be Changki. That way, in an ironic way, my first language is Changki at home. Even though publicly I don't speak it in that sense. For some of you, your first language at home could be something else. This is where I want to start from. But to do that, I want to go back to the politics of language. And so I will, in order to save time, I will. So according to the United Nations Association of the United Kingdom, your mother tongue or mother language is the language you speak or you spoke from early childhood. So it can be more than one language. UNESCO considers mother languages to be an essential part of culture and identity and carriers of value and knowledge. But here I make a slight detour because I feel that language is not necessarily equivalent to identity. And Changki is a good example of that because it is limited by geography. And so I want to go to an African writer, a Kenyan writer by the name of Ruby Watiango. And he says that language is central to people's definition in relation to the world around them. You understand the world around you based on your language. But language has two characters. One, it is a means of communication, a medium of conversation, a medium of communication. The second one is that language is a carrier of an evolving culture. Therefore, language is or serves as a collective memory bank. Language serves as a collective memory bank of a people's experience in history. And I'll come back to this later. Language serves as a collective memory bank of a people's experience in history. The critical role of language in shaping a people's destiny has been documented throughout history. And therefore, it is also not surprising that a people's language has continually been dominated by the powerful. This is very important because language is so powerful that human history tells us that language is continually dominated by the powerful. You know, in the now context, we don't have much documented history prior to the British. And so for me, I often go back to African history because I see similarities and also because there was a common colonial force, the British. The British post 1857 shifted its policy from direct rule to indirect rule. And when it shifted from direct rule to indirect rule, one of the conditions, one of the strategies was to promote only one language. Was to promote, to organize different villages under something called one tribe. So it's a concept, something I think that we need to understand much better. And so our friend, our African friend explains, Changki explains, this was crucial to the domination of the mental universe of the colonized. When you control the language, you are controlling the mental universe of the colonized. Please don't forget, colonial forces control the language in order to control the mental universe of the colonized. And so Paulo Freire, an educator from Brazil, echoes Changki's voice, view by reminding us that language is a vital component of the structure of oppression. And it both generates and derives from the policy of domination, exploitation, and subjugation of others. It is from this historical and political perspective that the question of language, needs to be critically engaged by indigenous people. And so I'll give you an example. Marcus Frankie, while writing on war and nationalism in South Asia about the Indian state and the Nagas, provided a very insightful reference which reveals more than what it says. And this is what he wrote. After the Chief Commissioner of Assam, Charles Alfred Elliott, had stressed the importance of medical work, he emphasized the civilizing and pacifying influence of schools. He lamented the ignorance of Naga languages amongst British officers and urged, therefore, teaching Nagas, Assamese, and Bengali. Because British officers do not understand the Naga languages, Elliott says that introduce Assamese and Bengali to the Nagas. So what are the implications of Elliott's emphasis? One, he suggests that schools were used as institutions to transform the savages into civilized and pacified individuals. Please understand this. To transform the savages into civilized and pacified individuals. The second implication of Elliott's order was introducing languages to the Nagas. So Bengali and Assamese. And so one cannot help but question whether the use of Assamese and Bengali by the British in the Naga Hills eventually resulted in what is now today known as Nagamese. Therefore, I ask the question, was Nagamese or is Nagamese a hybrid of Assamese and Bengali? The medium of communication used to civilize and pacify the Nagas. Nagamese is a pidgin language. There's a fundamental distinction between the introduction of English and Nagamese among the Naga people. In reality, Nagamese is a pidgin, which was born out of necessity and with no native speakers. So Nagamese really does not have any native speakers. But today, as our speakers in the past have mentioned, that many of us speak Nagamese more than perhaps we speak the mother language or the native language. And so to me, Nagamese seems to have been introduced for more than just a medium of communication. One needs to ask whether it was a political tool to civilize and pacify the Nagas. What does this mean? And what is its implication in the 21st century? Today, we all acknowledge the use of Nagamese in our day-to-day activities. Not only is it used for communication, but some form of culture around Nagamese is forming. So Nagamese today is not just something that we're using for communication, but some kind of culture is forming around this. One of the key factors for the growth of Nagamese is its close connection to economics and its use in financial transactions. Nagamese today is a market force in the Naga context. Nagamese today is a market force in the Naga context. However, the culture of Nagamese, not just a spoken word, but everything it represents, seems to be threatening many native languages of the Naga people. I know of a family, the father speaks in Munsan, the mother speaks in Changki, and the child responds in Nagamese. The child does not know Munsan or Changki, but can understand. Just as a speaker was, the keynote speaker was saying earlier this morning, but responds in Nagamese. So, Nagamese seems to be threatening many native languages of the Naga people. The use of colonial language that was sown by the British seems to be coming to fruition in the 21st century. The intention is not just to destroy a language, but to destroy a people's culture, a way of life, their stories, worldviews, art, and their spirituality, with the ability to make meaning and understand the world so that they can decide what is best for them. So I'm taking this as a point of reference to help us understand what it means to save languages. The extinction of languages is not new. Languages disappearing is not new. However, the rate in which languages are disappearing today is a cause of concern. According to the Endangered Language Project, there are nearly 7,000 languages in the world today, out of which 3,000 languages are endangered. On the other hand, the United Nations say that there are about 6,000 languages, so there's a difference between almost, but definitely not exceeding 7,000. Both the Endangered Language Project and the United Nations say that 43% of the world's languages are endangered. During the International Mother Language on February 21st, 2022, the United Nations highlighted that every 2 weeks, a language disappears, taking with it its entire cultural and intellectual heritage. I'll repeat that. Every 2 weeks, a language disappears. The Endangered Language Project points out two dimensions to the characters of endangerment. One is the number of users who identify with a particular language. And second is the number and nature of the users or functions for which language is employed. So one is the number of users. Second is the number of users, the number of functions. And so I go back to the previous question that was asked to Kia, the functions of Changki. Does Changki have functions beyond communication? And so when we look at it from that point of view, I think I will not be wrong to even say perhaps Changki is also in danger. But we will come to that later. So the number of users and the number and nature of users of functions is what defines whether a language is endangered or not. It further adds that the language may be endangered because there are fewer and fewer people who claim the language as their own and therefore neither use it nor pass it to their children. So they don't use it, but neither do they pass it on to their children. It may also or alternatively be endangered because it is used for fewer and fewer daily activities. So loses the characteristically close association of the language with particular social or communicative functions. The project, this is the Endangered Language Project, states that since language is closely linked to culture, loss of language almost always is accompanied by social and cultural disruptions. So when fewer people are speaking, there will be disruptions. There will be turmoil. So if fewer and fewer people are using Changki, it leads to social and cultural disruptions and may even lead to conflict. The Endangered Language Project says that experts have predicted that in the worst case scenario, 90% of all languages will be extinct within 100 years. Within 100 years, 90% of the world's languages will be extinct. And in the best case scenario, only 50% will survive. Only 50% of the languages will survive. And just 10% are considered safe during the next century. The next century will be this century. It says that the disappearance of a language constitutes a monumental loss of scientific information and cultural knowledge. It goes further to add that language loss is often experienced as a crisis of social identity. Our psychological, social, and physical well-being is connected with our native language. It shapes our values, self-image, identity, relationship, and ultimately success in life. So for many communities and people, the work and efforts towards language revitalization is not about language alone, but is part of a larger effort to restore personal and societal justice. I think this is very important. If we want to nurture Changki, it is not just about the language. If we want the Changki language, Changki to grow, it is about restoring personal and societal wellness. So in other words, if a language is disappearing, it means that the personal and societal wellness does not exist within the community. So if Changki or Changkyu is disappearing, or if it is being endangered, that means the physical and societal wellness within Changki does not really exist. Because language is a reflection of that. The Endangered Language Project says the loss of language does not promote peace. And this is, I think, very important. The loss of language does not promote peace. There are assumptions. There are assumptions that peace, understanding, and harmony would be fostered if there were only one language or fewer languages among the Nagas. Like even among the Nagas, we meet and they say, oh, if there was only one language among the Nagas, maybe there would be peace and understanding. But according to the Endangered Language Project, they're saying, no, that is not the case. They're saying that the experience of the world, human history, clearly informs us that having only one language is not a guarantee of understanding and peace. So if Nagas were to have only one language, that does not mean, it does not guarantee understanding of peace. Empirical studies revealing that multilingual countries like Belgium, Finland, or Switzerland have been relatively more peaceful than monolingual countries like Northern Ireland, former Yugoslavia, or Rwanda. So there are examples in the world that show that having more languages perhaps is more peaceful than places that have only one language. And so what they are saying is the loss of language does not promote peace. And so if the language of our village is endangered, if the language of our village is disappearing, it will not lead to peace. I want you to reflect on that. The Endangered Language Project stresses the need to save languages and argues that recognition of languages' rights may be a better way of bringing peace, understanding, and unity. So promoting language is essential. For indigenous people like the Nana, like the people of Changki, saving native languages is fundamental to personal, social, spiritual, and cultural evolution. Tia was sharing earlier about the cultural and world forces that have shaped and the relationship between perhaps Changki and many other languages. So the evolution. But today is that evolution happening. Are new words coming? For new words to come, we must first have an experience, an idea. New words are not coined first. The experience comes first. After the experience, then a word is coined. Not the other way around. And so, is Changki developing as a language? Are new words forming? That you know better. The answer, you have the answer to that. So First Nation people of North America, Richard Littlebeer, Cheyenne Chief, says, we should save our languages because it is the spiritual relevance that is deeply embedded in our languages that is so important. Sunny Skyfall, a Lakota actor, emphasizes the need to save native languages when he laments, I can't stress enough the importance of retaining our native languages. When it comes to the core relevance or existence of our people, you could argue that when a tribe loses a village or a language, or when a village loses a language, it loses a piece of its innermost being, a part of its soul or spirit. When it comes to native languages, the situation is simple. Use it or lose it. So this is very clear. When it comes to our own native languages, the situation is very simple. Either you use it or you will lose it. But language being connected to the innermost part of the soul, I think it is very fundamental. If you go to Changki today, is the soul still there? Is the spirit still felt? I think that is something for us to think about. So, in conclusion, I want to make some observations and then some ideas. While the number of users of Changki seems to be decreasing, I feel there's a far greater concern. It seems that the usage and function of Changki language has been fundamentally reduced to being only a means of verbal or oral communication. And so its purpose as a carrier of an evolving culture has been effectively limited. This means its ability to be a maker of its own culture has been weakened. Please, I want to make that distinction very clear. The number of people speaking Changki, okay. Whether it is increasing or decreasing, that is one thing. But the second is, how are we using Changki? How are we using the language of Changki in our day-to-day activities? That is the problem. And since we are not using Changki, the way that we are using it is reducing, then we are no more makers of our own culture. We are no more makers of our own culture. Because language is the carrier of an evolving culture, and that has been limited. So please don't see language as only as a means of communication. Language is how we interpret the world around us, how we define the world, how we define the environment around us, our worldviews, our philosophy, our value system. So, to give an example, of late, in the last few years, there's been a lot of discussion about environment. The environment, the use of natural resources, like coal, for instance. I feel if our language was used the use of language was more in our daily life, I think there would be no confusion about what decision to make. But I feel since the usage of Changki is diminishing in our day-to-day activities, we're losing our value system. And when we lose our value system, then we don't care what happens to the environment. We don't care about how we're relating to each other, how neighbors are relating to each other, how fellow villagers relate to each other. We lose that soul. We lose that soul of that village. So that's my first observation. Second is, when a people's language is compromised, and I would like to say with a lot of carefully, I would like to ask each of us, do you think Changki is compromised, the Changki language? And is no longer an effective carrier of an evolving culture? It impacts the social cultural aspects of the village. For instance, culture becomes frozen. When a language is compromised, culture becomes frozen. It does not evolve. It becomes frozen in the past. It is no more dynamic. And perhaps the same can be said about local culture as well. That it's frozen in the past. Processes of social engagement become exclusive. When languages have no relevance as a social force, the processes of social engagement becomes exclusive. The people's memory bank gets distorted and devised. When language is lost, the memory bank of the people gets distorted and divisive. Most of all, it affects the people's self-confidence and self-belief. When you lose the language, we lose our sense of self-confidence and self-belief. All these factors combined create a struggle against fear. So, allow me to say this. We are struggling against fear. We are struggling against fear that is sustained by a crisis of values, a crisis of legitimacy, and a crisis of unity and integrity. I want you to ask yourself that question. Are we engaged in a struggle against fear? We fear each other. We're afraid of each other. We're afraid of telling the truth, speaking the truth. We're afraid of standing for what is right. And all this stems because the language is compromised. The language is compromised. And so their struggle against fear is sustained by a crisis of values. We lose our value system. There's a crisis of legitimacy, of who is legitimate and who is illegitimate, and a crisis of unity and integrity. It would be helpful, therefore, to critically and honestly examine and establish whether any of the symptoms are present in the Changki context. We need to evaluate the impact of COVID. The COVID pandemic on mother languages. COVID is impacting a lot of mother languages, native languages in many contexts. I have received a number of, in a number of conversations, this issue has come up. How COVID has impacted the native language, the mother tongue, because of online classes. Because our children, they don't go to school. Of course, now they're slowly opening up. And so they take online classes at home. And after that, a lot of children, a lot of people I know, they want to only continue speaking English. They don't want to now speak in their native language. Even if the parents speak in the native language, their children, they refuse. They speak in English. So COVID has impacted native language. I don't know if that is something that you experience or not in your own home. Due to the exclusive and strict use of language, many people do not participate in village meetings. This discourages and alienates people from the village. As a result, the pool of human resources is limited. The pool of human resources, is weakened. And therefore, I would like to end here with a few ideas. One, initiate activities that will enable Changki language to recover its ability to become a medium of an evolving culture. So not just the spoken language, but recovering the value system so that it can become a medium of carrying an evolving culture. Create inclusive spaces to encourage non-speaking Changki citizens to participate in social engagement. Connect the use of Changki language to economic activities. A language grows when it is connected to economic activities, especially in today's context. When you see languages growing, it is because it is connected to economic activities. That's when the use of the language increases. Do not criticize or be too judgmental on people who are just learning the language or on your children articulation and speech patterns. I think we should encourage young people to learn the language. Let's not be judgmental. Let us create an inclusive space. And so, develop a creative social support program to encourage learning Changki language. For instance, and I'll give you a few suggestions. One, a murong where retired elders can voluntarily give weekly lessons on Changki. We already have a lot of elders here. Perhaps some of them are retired. Why can't they every 1 week volunteer to teach Changki to young people or anyone, irrespective of age, and have a weekly lesson on Changki? You could be here in this mission house. You have enough space. So why can't our elders volunteer their services? They are the ones who speak better Changki than any one of us. So why can't they teach young people the Changki language once a week, every week, once a week? Because it is conversational. We learn by having conversation. Second, encourage the use of Changki language in the arts, such as prose, poetry, music, and theatre. Incorporating or singing or using Changki as the medium of expression is so fundamental if we are to nurture Changki language. So through music, through art, through poetry, that is the carrier of language. So that by reading, people will learn. 3. Translate the Bible and other books to Changki. We have many students of theology. Or why can't you translate the Bible to Changki? Or other books. I know of other people, Nara, they translate novels, they translate books to their own languages. That helps people learn. It makes their language more rich. New words come out. Our challenge here, why don't you translate the book to Changki? Because I feel he thinks in Changki. Because many people speak in Changki, but they don't think in Changki. But listening to him, I feel he thinks in Changki. So I would encourage here, why don't you translate the book to Changki? So that is another. The next point is create language learning apps. In today's context, I think everyone has a mobile phone, or most of us have a mobile phone. Why can't we create a language learning app? Because people don't have the time now. I think if one were to go to Changki and live there a few months, maybe a year, We all learn Changki. I have no doubt in that. But not everyone can go to the village and spend time. Everyone is working or studying. So create app. I'm sure there will be many Changkians, young people who are well versed in this field. So develop an app that will enable, that will teach Changki. Can the, Changki students lead that? I don't know. It is something for you to think about. Audio stories of folk tales and legends. I think folk tales are very important. I think Dr. Wali pointed to that. So I want to build on that and say audio stories of folk tales and legends. Create audio. I mean, right now you don't even have to record on a cassette or a disc. It can be made in an app itself, so that people can listen. So you are also passing on stories, legends and folk tales, but also the language, because our language is one of tone. Sometimes the spellings are the same, but the tone is very different. Our language is more tonal. And so therefore, audio stories of folk tales and legends. Then publish written materials in Changki. I've already said publish written materials, because developing language and knowledge in the written form will help the evolution of values, food systems and governance. So language is not just a spoken. When we write in our own language, when we write books, that is also developing our food systems. It is developing our knowledge. It is also developing our values and a system of governance. The written material should be used in schools. And right now there is something called a new education policy that is looking at the free language policy in school systems, where the mother tongue will be the medium of instruction until at least class 5, if not class 8. So I think there are avenues. These are just some suggestions, some practical things. I really feel I'm glad to hear that the Lanuri, are initiating a music competition, an original written in Changki. But also, can you take the initiative of introducing the Murung, where every week some of our elders can volunteer to teach the Changki language to young people. Unless we take these practical steps, it becomes very difficult. And for me, I want to be practical. We can say many things, but it has to start with small steps. And so for me, this discussion that we're having, I feel requires a wider dialogue. And I would encourage the Lanuri Luncham once again, please have a follow-up to this. Don't let it be a one-year event and it stops here. It will not bear fruit. If we are serious about it, then have follow-up events. So friends, I just want to thank you so much for your time, for your patience. Like I said, I'm not the right person to speak on language, but I felt it is important because I understand the importance of language. And so, with a few thoughts, I want to thank you so much for your time. So, questions, comments?
Kita start with question hala dan dulu hala ini ada hala ingat question hala tapi mana Thank you so much, Ahmad, for such a wonderful, insightful sharing that you have done. You have taken us through into depth into the language that connects with social, cultural, economical, political, demographic, and environmental. So we are really glad, and a lot of students here we really would, that makes us think about it, how to go about it, what are the things that we should come up with. And also we are also very happy with the ideas they have given us, which we hope that we follow up with it. So if there is any questions you would want to have, otherwise I have a question for you. Can language be a driver for building peace, justice, development, and reconciliation in our society? Can language be a driver for building peace, justice, development, and reconciliation in our society?
In the world today, I think the world is making a global shift. When we look at the world around us, I think a shift, a transitional shift is taking place. And I think at the core of this is the question of language, and also especially from the context of indigenous peoples. But here's the dilemma. Most indigenous people's languages are spoken languages, are also limited to geography. And so when that language disappears or is lost, then the ability to connect, the ability to create meaning is reduced. And so when that happens, then the question of peace, reconciliation, justice becomes more difficult. Many years ago, I think 2018, 19, and I want to, in Changki, we talked about four values: truth, mercy, justice, peace. And I think Dr. Children was there, in one of them. Just for my understanding, please help me. In Changki, what is truth? Yeah, I mean, you just help us understand. What is truth in Changki? Okay, and mercy? Anyone mercy? I mean, what would be mercy in Changki? And justice? Justice, but that is again similar to truth, right? So justice, is there a specific word for justice or an idea that conveys justice? Okay. And peace, okay, peace. It has to be common. The reason why I'm talking about truth, mercy, justice, and peace is when you ask me the question about whether indigenous languages can. Peace and reconciliation revolve around these four concepts: truth, mercy, justice, and peace. And from there you can create various variants: forgiveness, understanding, respect. So how is our language defining those things? Truth, mercy, justice, and peace. So depending on how we interact with the value of truth, the value of mercy, forgiveness, the value of justice, and by justice I don't mean punitive justice, I mean restorative justice, and the value of peace. I think how we as people of Changki interact with these four concepts, I think will be central to whether we are able to build peace and reconciliation in our context. So yeah, let me stop at that.
Thank you. We have another question. What is the benefit of mother tongue in the field of advancing education and technology?
advancing education and technology. Honestly, I don't think technology has a particular language in that sense. I think the language that we think in is so fundamental to how we are able to use language in the context of education as well as in technology. I would say that the interplay of geography, politics and history actually shapes that discourse. Our geography, our history and our politics, the interplay of these three forces, the forces of geography, the forces of history and the forces of politics, actually will define how our language also enables the development of technology and education. But on that point of technology, I have one issue. Very often we focus on technology but not the science of it. So, let's use this example as an example. A phone, we all have a phone. So this phone may be of, it may be of a particular country, but maybe it is being assembled in one of the Asian countries. Maybe it is being assembled in India, maybe it is in the same. But without the science of it, you cannot develop. Technology is only enough to put it together. So I feel we need to go beyond technology. We have to incorporate science. And I think that is one area where indigenous languages are really lacking. And so I think as a community, we must promote, encourage science. I don't mean the science subject. Of course, there is also a part of it, but you know what I'm saying. There's too much focus on technique. In today's context, you hear skill learning, skill building, and things like that. But I feel what is important is, we have to go beyond technique. And so in that, the question of truth and morality comes in. Our friend just got a question. He says, how will language dominate society? The books is one, for instance. I think there are many ways in which, and I will not use the word dominate, but I will use the word central. That the language is central to how a society develops and grows. And so if you are able to, and by language again, I don't mean the verbal language. Please, if we are to nurture language, we have to go beyond the verbal language. I think there's too much focus on the verbal language. But language, I mean the way we think, our value system, the way we interpret the world, the way we interact with the world around us. So that is how I will define language. Any more questions? If any more questions? Yeah? If not, thank you so much for your time and for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Nina mama mai kla kala anu pun tak beri salah dan tak beri dan strength beri ada tu kan. Tu wa semua ko semua speaker tu. Professor J. Nungaber, Professor, Department of Agriculture Extension, Nagli University, in English now, of course, She has been teaching in School of Agriculture, Science and Rural Development since 1996 in the Department of Agriculture Extension. Professor J. Nungaber now has 3 books to her credit. She has conducted about 3 trainings along with her colleagues in Changki and hopes to conduct more in the days to come. Đây là tin này là ta và là một yếu tố của cái mặt con đó và một sự vật tức là mình không.
First thing I told him was, Changki Ayu Seminar. So he said, you can speak in English or Changki also if you want. That's why no Tiwa to me. Today, my talk will be on my lived experience with my mother tongue. It is my narrative on being Changki and speaking Changki. I was born in Bhopal and grew up speaking Changki, Bengali, Muslim and Nepali because I was surrounded by people who spoke these languages. Then when I was 7 or 8, we moved to Kojima, and there I learned how to speak Nepalese. When I was 11, my mother got a job in Indonesia, and we moved there. And I was enrolled in Loreto Convent School, and there the Irish nuns told us that we have to speak only English at home because they wanted us to improve our English. And so we wanted to fit in, we wanted to be accepted, we wanted to speak good English. So we started speaking only English. My mom tried her best. She used to speak to us in Hindi, but it became a habit to speak only English at home. And in school, it was also a disadvantage for me because I was the only Naga. And my Kasi friends, they were also discouraged to speak, Kasi in school. So I never got to learn how to speak Kasi, which I regret to this day. Because language is power, and the more languages you know and speak, it is better. Now, when I was in school, my friends used to ask me to, teach them some Naga words. To them, I was looking Naga, and I started to think of myself as only a Naga. So my being a Changki was also diluted. So, but I also wanted to show my friends that I knew my language. But I could remember distinctly only one word in Changki, and I hope you'll excuse my using that word. But that word that I knew and could say out was this word, and so I taught my friends to say the word abstract. So that was the only word I could know. So in losing base with our language and forgetting the native spoken words, our memory of our language becomes selective, and so we tend to remember only a few words, sometimes without even knowing the meaning. Although Changki was not often spoken at home, relatives coming over to Shillong, would stay with us, and they helped us to stay in touch with our language, because the relatives would speak to us only in Changki and would expect us to, reply in Changki only. They would tell me, "Abi mas mungkin cakap yang disebut, tahu usul, bapa usul, menentara talam amat yang teori." In English, translated it would mean, even if you travel the world, all over the world, and even if you achieve many things, if you don't know your own mother tongue, all that will never compensate for your loss, which is your mother tongue. So, and this kind of stayed with me, and so I really tried my best to learn, at least a smattering of Changki. My mother would also tell us that Changki was such a rich language, and that certain words have no equivalent in English, and that the meaning was so deep, so poetic, and so sublime. Although I have forgotten the words she used as examples, I remember the pride and glow as she said this. My mother's appreciation of our mother tongue made me want to learn Changki and be a speaker of such a poetic and sublime language. That spurred me on to try and learn my mother tongue when I was in Shillong. And that was usually with my mother alone contact. Then when I was in college, my family friend came to live with us, and she was studying there. Her mom wanted her to stay with us. So she came to stay with us, and from her view
until her PhD, she was with us. And she came to be known as the fourth Nongma sister among my friends in Shillong. And she taught me how to speak relearn Chungli. Now, she's from Nongma village, and so I began to slowly speak the Nongma Chungli, like Analafu, Nasafu, that kind of Chungli I learned. Now, learning another dialect was quite a challenge because I used to get confused with words and would end up mixing up the words and make hilarious mistakes while trying to speak either Changki or Chungli. Relearning a language, which was like a faint memory, often led to the inability for the brain to align to meanings. And since our languages are tonal in nature, it makes it a little harder. But having said that, if we put our mind to it, we can learn however late we may start. I'm so thankful to Achila for her patience and guidance and kindness in teaching me Chungki. Today I can get by to a certain degree while speaking Chungki. Learning a language is made easier by association and interest. And also when the one teaching is patient and willing to go the extra mile. My father would tell us stories about clan and the meanings of our names. We carry the story of our people in our names, and this was quite a revolution for me. Through such storytelling, I learned the history and lineage of my family. Thus, I got to know that I have relatives in Nongkam, and maybe that is the reason why I could pick up Nongkam Chungli quite easily, because I cannot speak Nongkam at all. I'm more comfortable speaking the Chungli, the little Chungli that I know. My dad's cousin, Akatino, is a storyteller and singer. Many people will know him here. He would often break into the traditional song and make up songs which were often hilarious. He would also regale us with stories, of the escapades he had with my dad in their prime. And this gave a new dimension of my mother tongue, that of humor. Some jokes when translated into English fall flat. In such ways, I learned to appreciate my mother tongue even more. The traditional song also gave a new perspective into the worldview of the ancients. Now, storytelling is very important in keeping alive not only our history but also our mother tongue. I would encourage the parents and elders to tell and retell stories of our history and lineage and others. During one of the long, winter school breaks, my sisters and I spent a month in Bhutan. And there my cousins, Aukula, Musmula, and Sutianga, taught us Changki love songs and lullabies, and also the Changki anthem. That was another way I could stay connected to our mother tongue. Songs are of important ways through which we can learn our mother tongue. Like Tune Tukuri, that is maternal uncles, had a profound influence in my life because they were the main support system for my mom and also for us, for children. They taught us through their actions and through their tsiyo, the meaning of love, responsibility, and generosity spirit. They also taught us traditions and customs. In such ways, I learned about our India Lingu, our Linga, which helped me to get a better grasp of our mother tongue and made me more reflective and cognizant about how our people have defined their existence. I was fortunate to have a strong mother, aunts and grandmothers. They were strong and resilient, full of life and never say die spirit. They were the ones who taught me the ways of living and behaving. My favorite people were my aunts in the village, especially late Ata Nalunga and late Ata Sutianga. My Ata would say, ayok lari, isang ayok lari, ayok sawa. we are. Now, Azaria, City Yanchitla was not so vocal, but she was patient and kind and loved to share stories about pottery and how cloth making contributed towards our village economy. Azar was the master potter in the village, much respected and loved. Meeting her was my biggest blessing. She was my muse, and through her stories about pottery, I was inspired to write a book about it, and also a poetry book about the potters. She was truly a phenomenal woman. The women in my life would often give me news about love, men, and life in general. Most of all, they taught me to be tough, to live life to the fullest, and to always find the funny side of life. They were also brutally honest, but in such a way that I knew they were simply looking out for me. Their words were always positive. They never doubted me, and they believed that I could do anything I set out to do. They would say, "Mayang, kau the church man, mau yang itu ini, tangan ini ayu senang, tangan yang tiang-tiang dah." That was my favorite word for Sudanese, tiang-tiang. Anyway, thus knowing the mother tongue is not enough. We must also instill confidence and motivate each other to be the best we can by using positive words. Words have energy and force to motivate, encourage, and to heal, but also has the ability to do just the opposite. Thus, when we speak our mother tongue, it is important to be mindful of the words and tone as well as the intent, because it has far-reaching consequences. Positive words and the manner of speaking can also help to develop a long-lasting appreciation about our mother tongue. Since this is my story, I'm talking about my personal experiences today. Now, my only Nansu was another strong woman. She was my dad's elder sister. She was simple and had a no-nonsense attitude. She was also the first person who told me how babies are born, and at first I did not believe her, and as a 6-year-old I thought she was the biggest liar. She was not shy about stating the obvious, and was as practical as they came. She was a big part of my life. Umi still had a great sense of humor and a big heart. From her, I learned firsthand the meaning of optimism. Her attitude was "Tawa, Ismana, Penchut Kanani Chikunazambo." Uni Nansu always said, "You started to Javasa Tarubo Red." In Changki, it is poetic, but such words translated into English sounds pedantic. In such learning through words and actions, I came to truly comprehend my mother tongue, how it conveys so much depth, and how it shapes our own behavior and attitude. My parents would also take me and my siblings to our village and school right from when we were very small children. And our fondest memories are the idyllic days we spent in our village and school. In this way, we also connected and forged long-lasting relationships with our relatives and also with the other village folks. All these factors led me to do my PhD on Changki village. I was determined to do the input of the teachers and others who told me this type of village studies was, outdated and not in vogue anymore. I did not care. When I started my research, the people in Changki at first they thought I was a census collector. Now, traveling by the Changki village bus was also a great experience, and I learned much through my fellow travelers. I can say that it was during this period that I came to truly understand our people, the psyche, the flaws, and the strengths. Most of all, I enjoyed the sense of humor and the witty repartees and the tension of giving nicknames to our people. I also became more conversant in Changki and its nuances and deeper meanings because I was literally living in the village. It was during this study that I got to know so much about our village, and I make a better sense of our place in the world and to have a positive self-concept. The mother tongue is not just a means of communication, but it is the repository of our collective history and legacy. Most importantly, it helps in maintaining links to family and community. In learning so much about the land systems, the kinship in marriage, the Symbolism governance, the younger system of 8-step grades with specific roles, duties, and responsibilities in our village, the younger system, the Inkumada, as well as the Ninja Puja, the Naruto, and so many other aspects of village life, help me to fully realize how distinctive our village is, and it only strengthens my identity as a Changki person and helped me to understand so much more about our society and also to appreciate and love my village and mother tongue. For me personally, I feel this was made possible because I was taught early on to value and take pride in our mother tongue. Our mother tongue is essential for our mental, moral, and emotional development. Our thought processes and attitudes are shaped and sharpened by our ability to speak and understand our mother tongue. Our mother tongue also guides and regulates us as members of the society. That is why we have to nurture our mother tongue and ensure that the younger generations learn our mother tongue. Then only will we have a sense of pride, belongingness, create a sense of community. To nurture our mother tongue, it takes a village, so to speak. And I was so blessed to have so many people who made my sojourn educative, memorable, and filled with love, lessons, and positivity. If we only set our mind to it, we can learn, relearn, and teach our mother tongue. But it must come from the heart and with an appreciative attitude. I pray that this momentum created through this program on nurturing our mother tongue will continue on, like Dr. Akuma said. There must be a follow-up, and we have given so many ideas. So we should, incorporate all those ideas, especially building of apps, and having the room. And when we say the room, please understand it should not only be the male elders. Okay? Our ladies, the women, they are also a repository of stories. They have so many stories, so much experiences they have undergone, and they can teach a lot. And I have learned a lot from them. So we must also include the women folk, especially those who are. They may not have qualifications. No, that's not important. But they have heart, they have soul, like Dr. Akuma said. So we must include. It must be inclusive. Okay. So please. Organized, please make sure that the women are also included, especially the elderly. So, because it is very important that we nurture our language, and we must all strive to highlight the wonderful asset that our living mother tongue is. Still now it is living, we still speak it. Okay? Like I was in the level 1, I can speak at home, can't speak publicly. Hopefully, I will be able to, I will try my best, but it is still a living language, still a living asset. So let us all strive to build upon that and, come up with new words, new vocabulary, and write books, like what Akuma has suggested. So, and in that way, our language will, be enriched, it will be, it will develop, it will evolve. Okay? So, because if we are complacent and if we do not take care of our mother tongue, it will become extinct. And we will lose everything. Everything. We will be nobodies if we don't know our mother tongue. If we lose it. So let us strive to make this our mother tongue something that we all nurture, that we all love, and that we all appreciate. So I hope this narrative will be useful in forming your own narrative about being Changki and speaking Changki. I'm very sorry first of all that you won't Changki in such and this Changki was Hanasa. Legal team was some team. I hope you will understand that with this I will come to the end of my talk. This is just my experience and how so many people, so many experiences have helped me to appreciate my mother tongue. So it is up to us. It is up to us people, the Changki people, only who can make sure that this living asset of ours continue on forever and for our, especially for our future. And we can always relearn, we can always learn, we can always teach. So some tomorrow, with that, I'll end. Mine is very short, and I hope it was useful for this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ataya, for such an interesting, inspiring story that relates to the mother tongue and also for all the opinions that you have exposed. Isang dalam no jadi question kan kalau sangat tepat juga mau ibu ni nak question kalau what would be your idea of making the nurturing of Changki Ayu a reality for youngsters who cannot speak our mother tongue?
Like I think all the ideas that you given by Draco. I was thinking about the blind language. Apps, that's very important. We must keep up, with the technology also, and make use of the technology. Because through these technologies, we can also, enrich our language, our mother tongue. So number one would be apps, and I'm sure there are many talented, creative people here who can come up with such ideas. And also like the Morong must also be inclusive of women, because women have so much to say. In our patriarchal society, we always tend to forget the women. But the women are also just as important, if not more important. That's my point of view. So it must be inclusive of all. And, we can also have like a weekly, not weekly, maybe summer school like Dr. Bangla was saying, but not in that academic way, not in the school way, but through, creative activities where youngsters can learn, make presentations. Because it's only when you make presentations that you will gain your, confidence. And confidence building is very important because it is only when we are confident that we can speak. I'm not confident, so I can't speak Changki here in public. So in that way, if we have this kind of presentations, etc.,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Nam sama orang sanogo, tersanari asinunda, ila alukan belang mas beriak di selonai. Thank you. Toko, isngan nalaro, tamat nalawat tadi, tamat dalam senungla, tamat tersanari tersana kalau practical way, action way, tersahut. Isngan apa tadi ia dalam itu cakap dari ibnu dalam cepat dalam macam tadi dalam waktu tercamlah yang ini pada cara tahu tahu tadi sama kita nalapa bapa sesuatu akhirnya sama ninja pada cara lain dia apa ayo atau anu saya azumu asal apa tu apa tidak bisa yang sama melihat pada itu telah yang ini telah itu pada tidak dia tu, ini kita berdiri sama orang itu, sangat terdelah ya sih, sangat. Ibu bapa tu sangat, sangat bukti, di bawah Changki lalu sebenarnya itu grup ciri untuk membaca ya yang itu, masa betul cakap ada, macam mana tadi bayar, acam baca benar sih. Tahu tadi pas ini boleh, sangat lalu tu, itu sangat baik, mabangi. Asam lagi pas sampai Isangan tani ta yang ini sangat tahu dari luar ibarat tentang transfer dari isangan dari luar dari yang apa. Tapi isangan dapat tunggu bangun tentang nacik tilah dan tadi ke aliang ada masuk dapat macam tunggu isangan tani speaker assembly dah sana ba masuk ita bayi bono dalam kono isangan belum ala ida resolution nak kerja isangan dari yang itu action plan dari Seiba ulung ko semua mula. Itu macam hilang dulu iba. Mulungan itu semula. Ida itu macam mana bahasa? Iba mulungan itu cala. Ida baik yang ni wala musuh. Tapi saya sana miru tu ko hab tanda labo itu macam presiden mana sama dong. Itu macam cuma macam hilang dulu tunda. Dimapur Changki Youth Forum dari YouTube channel lah sama itu. Ubah akan competition kayu bersahabat. Pasal orang pasal ahap terpungok pasal itu macam nak cakap. Tapi ibarat tu iba akan competition by May 1st minute dalai 30th of June tu pasal latar sudah sampai. Pasal kita akan sudah regular pasal Semua ini benar lari dan dari dalam itu kompetisi kita hebat itu sangat betul. Semua sama tahu ibarat usaha dan sama lagi ini sama dari ibarat more participation hebat itu sangat. Tetap asyik long sama semua usaha jauh. Jadi kami dalam betul. Pasal itu sangat lampu dalam lah. Asal di dalam barai itu sama dalam lampu sama coba lihat sama ada dan itu sangat participate sama barang satu. Anuru bawa isangan dah yang tuku isangan bigger na sama dam community based program jadilah itu tuku sama dam borong mendang asara itu school lah weekly atau summer holiday dah sama dam iba pak relationship isangan Changki school ba yang itu kala pasal punya dah itu satu mana kala cuma buat Changki landur dong dong inisiatif pasal itu yang ini dari tadi itu asal itu baru yang ini itu pasal sangat manuk dalam produk kami. Asal berbawa, itu sangat ada mana juga Changki dictionary je, Changki Ayu Seminar. Pasal itu mapang sensan isapu revision, revise sekali, correction hebat sekali, kenapa itu? Untuk second edition sekali baca, itu sangat ada responsible lah sila. Dan sama untuk angga sama macam tadi asalnya tapi tentu untuk phone dan diri deh ada. Angga kakan phone baik angga soft copy ko online form atau offline atau apps form apps sama ya. Kita bisa digital lah. Pasal itu macam ibadah dulu. Benar-benar kan ibadah Changki ibadah dictionary terkan. Tapi tadi itu sangat ibadah program sebab ini je. Dan pasal kita betul di bawah dan ciri itu mana yang ini buat tu bawah betul di sana mana tempat muncul ni ada. Hanya itu ciri ibadah adalah betul. Thank you.
Changki Ayu very blessed to have such notable speakers and very good orators, and we're really thankful for your time today. So thank you so much. May God bless you all. For being such a dynamic moderator. Thank you so much for taking the initiative to moderate the Universal session. Thank you. Tomorrow, I have some announcements to make. Yung nangsabago Changki Ayu ABC 123 Pakateshire by Trailblazer Society. Kung ano sa kalano, ibakati 180 rupees. 180 rupees na pagkano, pwedeng nga $2 ko, kimazotibo ko pano. Tapos ibakati o, ito is nga Changki na with pictures. Ito nagsaga pagkano, English translation na so it's like a dictionary, right? So you can get your copies. It's sold outside for 180 rupees. Secondly, we have another book called
Temenungrai Muzamakan. So this book is a song book. There are many folk songs written by S. Pangchong Amri. So he has compiled this book with many folk songs of Changki village. So Ipapati the 250. This book is being sold for rupees 250, also available outside. I'll just read out this memo. Tamasa Dimapur Changki Kapat Sirimunchang Achangat, Simmertimin Salon Opener, BCKL Sales Data, 11th May 2022, Wednesday, Supermarket Dimapur, Ayong Sitze, Tupinumbalir. Items here, Musen, dry fish, meat pickle, donut, jattle sale, etc. Ita musutan ayitse, kipong curry, ita musut car orders sinera, runners, sinera office bearers, car down, tatsungo, achungse. Iba kapalia, ano, DCKL, ng ditpaji, kipong achak nungi, ano po 7th May, Saturday 2022. Iba na, junks, as in newspapers, tin, carton, etc., aser sushi, clothes. The jumble sale at the Mars are the 11th May to Dimapur Changki Kapat sales they are tomorrow in aid of the annual sports event that we are planning to held this year. So iba sa ko ila fundraiser sa iba information ini nga akitunga radio. Ito iba information akitunga marala to kung sa babrak 7th May nila the newspaper akitunga photo plastic photo there. Ida be luha tina plastic ida be lang connect sa kiri. Bezino lano achinza ina sama-sama no iba sports meet ano the iba sa ano iba sundong Japanese tulog chingba mamang kayo iba chingba mamang suga ano request that nila aja apun no plastic bottle sa palala dispose shimiro ta sa dala plastic bottle sa ila sa orak sa fundraiser dala ala sudah jadi sekarang. Namanya ini filmnya apa no waktu saya bisa bicara dengan kalala di cara sini. Aku mau menelpon Ayu Seminar juga, mau singin sama member convener seminar committee. Pada malam itu, at the same time, I request all to say the benediction and also grace.
Good afternoon, friends. Ratan is already smiling at me because I am level 200. But I want to thank my friends in the Anu Longjong, for giving me this opportunity to deliver the word of thanks. I feel very little, I feel very small. Like what Takam said, whenever I come to this kind of gathering, where we are talking about Changki Ayu, but I cannot even say that I will speak in Chungli or in Nungsan because I do not know all these languages. So I feel very little, but I am very privileged to be a part of this program because I know how language plays an important role in bringing well-being in the life of a society. And so, it's a very wonderful opportunity for all of us to be together, for this program. On behalf of the PCLL, I have a list of people to thank, and I will try to do it sincerely one by one. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers, the keynote speaker and the other speakers, for sacrificing their time and energy to be here with us to make this program whole. I know there's a lot of hard work behind, the talk which they have given. They have sacrificed a lot of time. For some people, they have to come all the way to Dimapur to bring the message to us. And so from the bottom of our heart, we want to thank all of you for giving us a very challenging, enlightening, and future-oriented talks in this seminar. May God bless all of you. And even in the future, when we need your help, please do come and enlighten us and help us carry forward our vision together. Secondly, I want to thank all the program participants. I want to thank two people especially, the dynamic host and the dynamic moderator for keeping the flow of the program till the very end. You all, kept us together, asking us to get up, when you feel tired. So we thank you for the hard work that you have done to help us last through these few hours of program. And I want to thank all the people who took part in the program, the prayer, the people, the girls who led the poem for us. I think you all worked very hard to make this program a success. And so I want to thank all of you. May God bless your efforts. And may you keep on encouraging us, inspiring us even in the near future as you participate in the forthcoming programs. I want to thank also all the participants, special invitees, the elders and students who came for this program and who was there from the very beginning till the very end. I know that you also needed to sacrifice your time to come here and to be a part of this program. I hope that you have learned quite a lot of things from this seminar. And as you go back, please share what you have learned from this seminar to your parents, to your wives, to your husbands, to your friends, and keep the fire going. After this program, after the prayer, we'll be having a special lunch together. And so there are a lot of people doing the hard work down there, and I'm told they are from Sikkim area. And so on behalf of the committee, we want to thank the people who are preparing lunch for us. I want to thank Changki Mission for allowing us to host this program here in this very hall. I believe this might be the first or one of the first programs in this hall, and it is a very convenient place for us. Hopefully, we will make optimum use of this hall in the near future for programs for young people and the adults and the elders alike. Okay? For any program, we need a lot of resources. And if you don't have people who pump in some few dollars or rupees, we will not be able to have our program. And so I have a list of people who gave willingly and prayerfully. There are Mr. and Mrs. Manaper Longchari, Mr. and Mrs. Entilong Longkamer, Mr. and Mrs. Shilu Amar, Engineer and Mrs. Indianova, Mr. and Mrs. Aredong Longkamer, Mr. and Dr. Koman Amri, Mr. and Mrs. Tangchiramba Longchari, Mr. and Mrs. Limanuchat Nindamri, Mr. and Mrs. Tanjanuchat Alimri, Mr. and Mrs. Tianuchat Jamir, Mr. and Mrs. Muakamta Tadir, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Longchari, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Longchari, Mr. and Mrs. Muawati Alimri, Mr. and Mrs. Atongkaba, Mr. and Mrs. Lanuapang Longkumer, Mr. and Mrs. Arantan Tanzat Amri, Dr. and Mrs. Kalimwa Longkumer, Chachuba, and Anat Samba, Jangvili. Dimapur Changki Lari Tanunjan, Dimapur Changki, Dimapur Tamakat. I was asking this meaning. Tamakat is area. So Dimapur Tamakat Changki Sansu, Adikopan, Tamakat Changki Sansu, Tanunjan. We have a new addition. Dr. Atam Longchari is sponsoring the first prize for the Changki song competition. So, thanks to all of you. I know, you have to look at your budget, before you give the money to us. That is a sacrifice. And so I want to thank all of you, out of your wealth, for the good of our society, especially for the young people. You are giving your resources wholeheartedly, and I pray that whatever resources that you have spent, for this program will go a long way in building our people and our society. We want to thank Mrs. Subu Tadir and Ms. Abdullah Nunkumer, who were involved in making the flower bed down there, as well as the hall decoration. It looks so beautiful. So thank you to all of you and all the volunteers. Mr. and Mrs. Sadam Kaba Changki, all the 10,000 garments were given by him. I am told he has given heavy discount for this. And he is a very generous man. For any program for the Changki students or Changki youth or any kind of program, he is always there to help, give more than what he can. And so, God bless you, Mr. and Mrs. Sadam Kaba Changki. Changki Kagatsri Dalongcham, Dimapur, all the volunteers. This part was handled by the Students' Union. And so I want to thank the President and all his colleagues and all the volunteers for giving your time and energy, for this program, so that, with all this considered effort, we are able to have a very successful program. None of the program participants, missed, and all of you have given your best for this very program. I have one more donor, and this is Changki Kagatsri Longjam Chungbidima. And so thank you so much to all of you for being a part of this very eventful, wonderful and meaningful program. I hope that, as I said earlier, it will go a long way in building our people, in helping our people make our world better, helping our people to be a shining light in the world today. Finally, as already mentioned by Dr. Tanjan, I also want to request the Laduri office bearers and executive, the Changki students and the Changki Union and the Changki Fellowship, all these organizations to kindly take note of the suggestions put forward by our speakers, because all these are very important. If we hear and if we do not implement what we have heard, all our efforts become useless. And so whatever they have suggested, we may not be able to do all at a time, but let us think carefully and work together so that we are able to implement all the suggestions and make sure that our people are blessed through the programs that we make in the future. And so this is my request to the leaders, and I pray that we will meet together again in the near future for such meetings where we are able to encourage each other and help each other grow as a better person. Shall we all stand for the prayer? Let me pray. Loving God, our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for giving us this wonderful privilege to come together as a people to learn at your feet. We thank you because you love us so much. As champions, Lord, there were times we had fallen away from you, yet Lord, you come back to us again and again, reminding us that you are our people. You are special people. When we hear the stories, the talks from our friends, our speakers, Lord, we know how special you have made us, how you have called us to be a blessing to the nations and tribes around us. Lord, we pray that you will help us to be able to understand our calling, and Lord, to come together as one, united, forgiven, and reconciled. Lord, to make a concerted effort to share the blessings that you have given to us with others around us. Let this be the ignition point from where we come together, learn together, and shape our society together. Heavenly Father, I want to pray for all the program partakers. May you bless each one of them for their hard work, their sincerity in which they have delivered your message to us. May you bless them that they may be able to be a blessing to many, even in the days to come. I want to pray for all the people who are here, who are leaders, who are students, and who are professionals. May you help all of us, Lord, to understand the real need of our people today. That we all will be able to work together, join hands together to rebuild our society, to rebuild our lives together. That Lord, one day we'll be able to see Changki shine again, shine brightly, not only in our area, but shine everywhere we go, beyond our region. Oh Lord, our Heavenly Father, as we have come to the end of our program, we want you to bless us and send us with your blessings from this very place. We also pray for the food that has been prepared by these wonderful people. May you bless the food, that this food may give nourishment and spiritual strength to each one of us. And also, Lord, as we partake around the table, it will be a time of great fellowship for all of us together as we enjoy the lunch together. May you disperse us, Lord, with your blessings, and may you keep us from all harm. We commit each one of us into your loving hands with thanksgiving in Christ, and I pray. Amen.
Right.